Alright, so let's go ahead and here we got Hydroneer should be going live on YouTube here in a second. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. There you go. Alright, so we're going to be picking where we left off on Hydroneer. I do not know why my cloud save is just not updating. Hi. Are you getting sleepy already?
No.
Oh, okay. What? What? I don't know what you want. You're just hissing at me.
I'm Luxury. In adventures, I sent you a cookie. Hi, newbie Edge. I'm trying to take good care of him. He is a little sick.
Mm-hmm.
Poor little sicky.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the sicky too.
That's not what you should want.
Why?
Destroy him with tea. I have tea. I just poured myself a new glass.
Yeah.
Or mug.
It's green tea.
It is.
Mm-hmm. It is worth it, exactly. I love lemon tea when I'm sick. It does work great.
Yeah, lemon tea and green tea are definitely goes to when I'm sick.
I like lemon tea with honey in it. When you're sick, that's great.
Oh. Oh.
What's happening?
I parked just slightly too far, so I need to adjust where I'm parked.
Yes, honey does help the throat. Honey is great. Like it's like honey.
Okay. So the first achievement I think we're gonna go for is the scrapyard. So I just need to use the scrapyard. I already know what I'm putting into it. We're going to our first location.
I kissed the husband.
But you'll die. Love.
Love.
Alright, so the things we need to keep an eye out on. I got a long list of achievements. So there are 2 fossils I'm missing. Only 2 fossils I'm missing. So we gotta find those. I need to use the scrapyard. I pointed them down. When I pointed them straight, I kept climbing up where I was at. By pointing them down, I would actually stay level. But I found if I pointed them flat, I kept climbing up a little bit. And then pointing them up, you just go like straight 45-degree angle up. Yeah, and that was the reason why originally I said I wasn't going to be playing this today, but I also wasn't expecting to get a cold or whatever's going on. Because like, we're going to be achievement hunting, because now we're not just like building stuff up and all that. It's very genuinely like, I need to do certain things. Using gameplay as reference? Gotcha. Alright, I could build that. Okay, so we need to remember to bring materials to rebuild that drill. I know that's an achievement as well. Let's see, did you set up your gem compressors on your resource line? Yeah, they're all set up. Oh, how did I set them up? I'm sorry, I can read. So basically, I have the gem compressor with a lever on it. I just turn it on and I never worry about it. And then I have the thing that pushes materials off one side, filtered to have the gems. I can show you when we get back there. It shouldn't be too hard for me to get there. Right now, I'm just trying to get to the Shattered Outpost to get whatever the heck this thing is called, the mark thing. Because I remember at the end of yesterday's stream, I hadn't grabbed it yet. Alright, Lardine, you sleep well. I'm gonna check really fast right up over here. I feel like I've checked right up over here about 30 times, but hear me out, it could be 31 times. Okay, I am satisfied that I have already checked over here and did not find a fossil. All right. Now I just want to go ahead and get to this outpost over here so I can melt the giant ice cube thing here. Because once I melt the giant ice cube thing over here, then we'll get another of these things done, and that'll be another step of progression. Oh, that's an invisible wall. Never mind. I was like, I could bridge that gap. I'm big enough. I can go right over that. The answer is no. It says it's impossible. Don't even try. And then when we finish here, I'm going to go by our starting location. And we're going to load up those hand sorters that I don't need. And we're going to go to the scrapyard and make them stop existing. I don't actually know where the scrapyard is on this map. I haven't been paying attention to that because it's one of the things I almost never use. Burville? No problem. That'll work. And then meanwhile, while that melts... There's nowhere nearby to get more. I don't think there's anywhere nearby I can get it easy. Like, there's stuff up on the tops there, but I don't want to run really far for lava. That's fine. When we go to grab the other things, I'll want to get that done, because the first achievement I have on the list that I haven't done is use the scrapyard. And then the second achievement is scrap 100 items. I'm not going to worry about doing all 100. Wait. Why didn't I get achievement for purchasing the hydrocropper? Oh, hydrocropper. That's from the first area. Oh, I still have achievements from the first area. Global achievements, while that's still melting. Okay. I need you to melt. That takes a hot minute, but tish. Yeah, okay. So, I have 2 for doing the forge marks, which is what I'm melting right now. I've got 1 for the abandoned miners. I've got 1 for getting all the bones. I've got 1 for setting a record of like 1 minute and 11 seconds in the racetrack. I've got 1 for withdrawing the maximum amount at an abandoned miner. I've got 1 for finding a hidden snowman, and I've got 1 for assassinating the king. It's almost done. Meanwhile, you're setting up your first auto production line? That's no problem. Okay. Because imagine the scrapping 100 items is just grabbing... you know what? Actually, that'd be very easy to do. In fact, I already know how I'm going to do it right now. Hey, do you have anything for sale that's cheap? I just need... Do you have a cart also? Excellent. What I want to do is position this so I could pick that up and drop it directly into the cart instantly. I'm doing great with this, by the way. Because if it's scrap 100 items, it's just load 100 items into the cart. And then mash the, oh my god, please. Just hold it closer to yourself. Your character holds the cork so far ahead of themselves than more than I expect. All right. So we're just gonna get 100 corks on here. And we can tell if we have enough when we go to buy them by the price. Because I believe it's 300 for the cart. And then we would need 1,500 on top of that, so $1,800. If it's $1,800, it is 300 for you, right? Okay, I'm off. $1,850. As long as it's $1,850 or more, we're good. I also have not been keeping track at all of how I'm doing with this. But then when we take this to the scrapyard, we can just obliterate the whole thing at one good go. And that'll be 2 achievements knocked out. Alright, let's check, see how close we are. Alright, I'm losing frame rate by getting to the cart. We are way over by probably over 100 corks. That's fine, because that's still a lot more than I need. More is fine, less is not. Because it's like, man, it's going to take me so long to deal with this. Like, oh, wait, I can just load up a cart to the moon, scrap the whole thing, and it should count as however many items are in this cart. All right. The other thing we'll need to figure out is fossils. Figuring out the places they can appear and working through them to get those last two. I'm going to try and save that one for part of the later sections, just because I could see that being a very tedious one to go for. I see we upgraded to the Urban Soccer Mom version. Absolutely. I'll probably not drive this around forever. The thing I'm looking at right now is we have these like mark things that I need this vehicle to be able to handle. But as you can see, filling this thing up when it's getting low on fuel is a bit of a chore. The good news is it takes a little while to run out. Alright, I do think we're probably full. And so far they haven't tried to hide any fossils on like really exotic place, like random outcroppings on the mountain or something like that. They've all been kind of just open areas, like little pits in them and all that. Oh, so we need to go to Burnville. Let's go figure that out. Okay, Burnville's the opposite side of the island. Alright, we can do that. Let's drive up here and grab the giant drill I made forever ago. Bring it home. I don't think there's an achievement for wiring that up or not, but, you know, I also want to. Okay. It's a little snug road here. Not a lot of wiggle room on this road. Yeah, I'm trying to watch below, just in case I do see the outline, like the glow of a fossil just down there somewhere. Okay. And I believe where I'm trying to go or burn is over there. Does it do it? I'm guessing it doesn't boing. No boing for the big truck. That front bumper being so square does not help. Don't do this to me, tiny tree. That's some really good gravity-defying traction we have there. That I could just straight up drive physically on a wall. And just like, nah, it's fine. Got your remote truck? Yeah. The trucks definitely have some pretty ridiculous traction. I was trying to see if I could see any fossils by going up these ridges, since I don't think I had. Where's the Persia wall run, but truck? Yup. You have no signs of fossils here. That'll probably be the big one, is once we get to the point where it's like, okay, the fossils are one of the only things remaining, is just finding a map of where the fossils could be and just going between the points. Because that's one of those ones that could drive around for literal hours. Oh, there's another one here. Okay, hear me out. What I'm going to quickly do is, actually, here, we'll just keep in mind, where is this? Waterside. There is another one of the marks by Waterside. Because my assumption, what I want to do is I want to toss like all the dice. Can you put the drill in the back of the truck? I don't believe so. That's fine. I thought I was facing the other way. It's okay. Really low frame rate for just a few seconds. Hey, and it doesn't even destroy the cart. That's really neat. So that was 2 achievements knocked out. We scrapped our scrapped an item and we scrapped 100 items at the same time. That's in between. But you're really curious about why Windows likes to mess with your mouse DPI settings? Like every time you need to reconfigure your mouse DPI settings, stock settings or whatever, you're using 600. Usually I find with a lot of that, it's actually, please tell me that's what I think it is. It's actually the device. Oh, there's one. That one's not glowing. That means there's one fossil left. That one was not glowing, though. I didn't turn off any of the... You know what I bet? I bet with the DLSS off, that glowing effect was probably DLSS. Because that was the only one I turned off. Because that a weird shimmer effect it was causing on the conveyor belts. It's also possible, like, I grabbed that bone and it fell off the truck and I didn't notice it. Which could be an explanation as to why it was sitting there and not glowing, but it looked like it's embedded in the ground, so... We'll see. Alright, so what I want to do here and why we came back right away is I want to get everything set up with that last drill. So we're gonna go grab our bars and all that. Iron, gold, this, and this. Because they should have enough material to build them. I don't think I need the gold, but whatever. Because then we get the third mark, I can go up top. Try making another big drill, if I have the materials for it. With all the markers or whatever in it, and just see what happens. So now, even though I have the fossil to drop off, I'm going to quickly go this way. And just, see if I can't find the mining drill to sort that out. I'm half expecting to just see this last fossil just sitting on a hill that I've went by 1,000,000 times. What do you think about the big drills? Bad or good? I haven't used one yet, so I have no idea. It really kind of depends on their output. They're expensive, and they're big. But, it does make me curious how we can go with that. There's one about... Where's that drill? Getting the max output out of this or something? Oh, well that was easy. I just had to mash the button a whole lot. I was expecting that to be a little bit more involved. Okay, if I remember correctly, I think the drill is slightly to the left. This will be the one time I don't find it, by the way. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay. And grab you. Got a whole lot of stuff now. Alright, we got the next achievement for building all of the drills. And now we go down to thaw the big chunk of ice. And that'll be our third mark thing. I have no idea how many of those are on the island, by the way. We haven't been able to look for them really and do anything with them until we got this thing. Hey, Jace, how's it going? Is your fossil hunt? Been digging relics? Yeah, I just found one of the 2 fossils I was missing a minute ago, and I just have one more to get. But we're just basically achievement hunting today. I need farther forward. Well, that didn't work quite as I thought. Alright, so while that melts real fast, I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. I'm going to be back here in just a minute. Oh, this is it. We're dead. Take down. Or drag down. I didn't see him in the alley over here. Well. Yep. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. It does not appear to be melting. That's not what I wanted to see. I did not want to see it not melting. Alright, I'll take the time to back up even more. Okay. Yeah, no, it's, basically, I'm not feeling the greatest today. Got like a cold or something, like, just starting. That's not the bud I want. So I was debating what to do, because I hadn't planned on playing another stream of this, anytime soon. Just because we were at the point of just, you know, kinda grinding out achievements and all that. But not feeling great. I don't want to start something new. I want to stick to something I know, yada yada. So we started some farm sim, and then we did another vote to do some Hydroneer.
Hey, what, lad?
Please stop talking to me, ma'am. Content warning feels very much outside the normal type of game I'd play on the channel. From what I've heard, I haven't stopped and watched it really. I don't do a lot of multiplayer stuff on the channel in general, because I go for the chill vibe. And don't get me wrong, there's like a lot of really good stuff and all that. Have I heard of Vintage Story? Vintage Story I have heard of. It's definitely one that has been on my radar, but I never had a time where it's like, oh, I'm really thinking about playing that. There are quite a few games I have I do have on like the short list to be checking out at some point. Alright, so this will be our third one. So the next stop is going to be go up the mountain and make ourselves a new drill and maybe other stuff with the materials, because I need to get one that has a bad result, and I need one that needs a like 3-star result or whatever. And your hand touches the beacon. Skyrim reference. Yep. I do wonder also if we're like the bones are, if those are just hard set or exposed things. What is over there? There's something off the side of the road. I don't know why I've got an iron ingot laying in the middle of nowhere, but we have an iron ingot laying in the middle of nowhere, so that's a question mark. I'm pretty sure I'm missing one, because the in-game thing says I'm missing 2 or whatever. Is that the missing iron for your forge mishap? Could be. If that is, 1, that's pretty funny that got catapulted that far. And then 2, that means it's like $1 million worth of iron. Which should be interesting, because I could actually use the forge up here to effectively recombine it into 1 bar. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be a real bummer if it's bugged. I'm pretty sure I am, counting the one in the trunk, missing 2. Like, regardless of what Steam says, I'm definitely missing 2 in-game. Like, in-game, the quest item thing that you turn into the museum still shows me as missing. Oh. Thank you. The paper's saying go into a new save, come to this place, and turn a few bones to get it. Oh, so it's not actually like tracking if you're completed, it's just like tracking the number of bones total. So you can, you know, like split between multiple saves to get it. There you are. So, you need those two. Okay, I was like, where did it go? I don't know if that one worked. It did not. Okay, so I can only put one of those in at a time. I'm only going to use these up here. So let's plunk them. I do hate that they roll. Okay. All right, roll number 1. Do I really want to do this with the giant drill? Yeah, we'll do this. I'm gonna regret doing this because I won't be easy to move them. Get a negative buff from the forge mark. Cool. Where did the forge mark even go? Forge mark consumed? Oh. Okay, so I guess just more will spawn later or something? Okay, so I can make this work better. Cool. Well, in that case, I'm not done with the Gamba. Give me my next Gamba. Hey, 3-star. So it actually has a slower output speed, but a top-of-the-line output size. Oh, you're gonna be way in there, aren't you? I kind of like and don't like that, because it does mean I have to burn a bunch of materials to make a bunch of these. So this one's got a bunch of positives. Okay. I stored up a decent amount of this, which is why I went and put all the effort into it last time. These are gonna be impossible to use. These are gonna be impossible to use. These things are so huge and we're getting so many of them. Okay, you're finally out. Alright, thank you. There is a fossil in there. Oh. That's not the fossil. I was just hoping I could sneak just a little glimpse of the fossil. Because I can get just a peek of the fossil, I can grab it. Alright, it's fine. So what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to remove these. Till I can get the fossil. Now I can put them all back in. Going to sleepy back there? Alright, so now we're just grabbing all of these. Well, I've definitely been sleepy plenty of times. There we go. It was like not working. Have you tried the new drills? I have not tried the new drills yet. That said, I sure have a lot of them now. I think they're having problems because they've stacked too many drills in one spot. But that's okay. Alright, with this, we want to go to the dome for the missing fossil to drop it off. And hopefully we'll find that last missing fossil along the way. That's really hoping to just go up there. I've noticed this thing, it has that big bumper in the front, which is the only thing that makes it so it does not go over things well. There we go. Just need a little finagling. Alright. Yeah, because I have been focusing on hooking up the new drills. I don't believe there's an achievement for it, because we are like achievement hunting now, is what I'm focusing on. So we got the 3 marks, we got the 2 things we needed from the marks done. I've got the drills here. We're missing 1 fossil. We've done the scrapping of stuff. So I'll check to see what's next on our agenda other than just fossils. And we can go from there. Yeah, those are our old tools. I still at some point need to do the racetrack where we go through it real fast. I suspect the motorcycle is the vehicle you're supposed to do it with. That way you don't get caught up on the flags as easily. It'll probably take me a good couple rounds because the steering on the motorcycle is pretty wonky. But I know I'll need to go back to the island. And so I'll, yeah, there's hidden relics. I don't know if that's an achievement. I would assume it is. I didn't really manage to shove that in there far enough that I can't. Oh, wait, we got it. There we go. Yeah, so I'm missing the foot.
Don't forget to put them in the box.
Yeah, so I'm missing the 1 foot is all I've got left. So I am missing a bone. You'd imagine there's a secret achievement? Well, I mean, you could look at secret achievements. That's easy. When you go into Steam and you go into achievements, go to global, and then just look for the achievement that's not listed.
I reckon Bridge 4 was minging.
Like, there's times yeah, you could also just Google it or whatever. There's times I like that people make the achievement secret, and then there's times I find it annoying. Like, there's been a couple games I've played where every single achievement is just secret by default. And there'll be stuff like, finish the tutorial, and you're like, why is that a secret achievement? I'm gonna climb the rock here. Trying to keep an eye out for fossils. So what strategy did you use to get the last of your fossils? Did you just like pull up a wiki or whatever and just like follow the map to the different spawn points, or just keep randomly driving around the island, or grid it out? You know, I didn't think there was one. Which is surprising. It feels like a weird choice. When you reloaded today, you had the fossil glow. Gotcha, and it made them easier to spot. That makes me curious, because I did not have the fossil glow in the one fossil I found just a minute ago. Okay. Well, that's what I was saying, is we just looked at the skeleton, and it was missing its foot. So we definitely are missing a fossil. But I believe it is the one and only fossil I am missing. Could be anywhere. Yep. That's one reasons I'm not going to focus on the fossil hunt until, like, we're down to it being the last one. Alright, so as much fun as this thing is, I'm not going to worry about this big truck anymore. Because it's pretty impractical to deal with. Where is my regular truck? There you are. Because it's just a little easier to zip around with. Yeah, no, I gathered that they probably weren't on Mott's Island. Like, we had the one where I'd already kind of ruled out Mott's Island, then we were just going by and I saw the glow, I was like, what? Huh? But I'm pretty sure it was just the lava. I just couldn't see the lava from where I was at, but I could see the glow. Okay, well, we do know I am missing the achievement where I do the race.
Huh?
So we can knock that one out next, so we can do a quick inventory on the achievements I have left to do. Alright, where are we at the achievements? So it would appear... Yeah, I've got some from the base game for the expansion. I've got to mess with the king, find the snowman, donate all the bones to the museum, and do the race. That's all I got left for the this part. The base game, what I'll probably end up doing is I'll end up switching from this save to the other save I did on stream. Just because that save for the original island is like super far. Whereas this one, we literally didn't do anything in the original island. And just doing a quick little drive around here. And rolling this thing every 2 seconds because I'm used to just gunning it like I was in the big vehicle because it doesn't go very fast. But just seeing real fast, we come across that last fossil up here. I'm going to drive out to these little islands out here, because I don't remember if I ever did that. If you can, I might not be able to drive out to these little islands. Invisible wall there. Okay. I'm actually guessing I can't drive out there, because it seems like where the water is just a hard wall. So those islands aren't reachable out there, those ones. Lots of rough terrain here that'd be easy to hide a fossil in, which they probably did and I already found. I probably don't remember it. Yeah, and this is the route I've taken a bunch of times. Okay, let's just get back on track towards going to the island. I should have my motorcycle right by there. I'll bring both the motorcycle and this thing with me to the island. That way, if, like, I just can't do the motorcycle steering well enough, you know, whatever, I have another vehicle to consider. Anachronism. Alright, you sleep well. Oh yeah, no, we've pogoed a good couple times. But thank you for making sure I was aware. Sorry about that. All right. I do know I saw that this game had 2 like mini updates. Did the tea help? I mean, I haven't been like particularly struggling so much. Like I'm fuzzy-headed and that's still the same. Like tea never hurts though. I'm still sipping it. The tea over there is probably getting like pretty cool at this point. Like it holds the temperature for a while, but it's been a while. Yeah, so just trying to get over to the docks, and we're also trying to keep our eyes peeled just in case we can find that last fossil. And they've only found one there. Right, so I want to bring both the motorcycle and this, because I have a feeling the racer intended on doing the motorcycle. Let's take you, leave you there, go grab the motorcycle, take the ferry around, do the race and see if we can't win. Is it back for the office? This more Hydroneer? Yeah. I've been dealing with like a little bit of a cold or something starting. So I didn't want to do something like too new and all that. So we did some farm sim. And we had some vote for Hydroneer. And so we're achievement hunting. And we're knocking them out fast. Gonna try and keep an eye on the shore, see if we see any fossils on the mainland. I wonder what the best way to go looking for fossils if you have no idea where to look. Like, would it be to pogo in the air so you get the most range? Because I know they have a render distance that they can handle, so if you get too far away, you can't see them. But also, pogoing, I found, doesn't launch you predictably. That said, we're here for a race. And I'm going to see if one of the classic abuses you can do in these games for cheating races works. Which is to go through here. I apparently just beat it in 0. Okay. That was definitely legit. And certainly not bugged. So what I was going to do, is moving backwards actually faster? Honestly, it might be. I don't think it's necessarily faster. I think it's easier to control, is what I think the actual reality is. So what I was going to do to cheat it is a lot of them, they just check to see if you get through the start and the finish point, which when it's the same point, you can just usually do a circle around it or drive backwards through it and then forwards through it again. And I was going to try that, but I didn't get that far. I just drove through it normally, and it just instantly gave me the achievement before I even really did the race. So, and I had done the race once before, so I don't know. All right, so there's just 2 more achievements that I know of here. No, wait, 3 achievements that I know of here. And then I believe the rest of them... Yeah, there's 2 achievements here, and then the 3 of them, or the other ones I'm missing. There's 3 of them I'm missing here. Okay. So we have a fossil to find. I need to assassinate the king, and I need to find the snowman. I'll head towards the king, because that's the only one I know exactly where I'm going. Alright, Anarchism, you have a good one. So I'm going to head towards the king, because that's the only one I know for a fact where I can do that. The snowman is a secret achievement or whatever, and I genuinely have no idea where to look. That's the kind of one that you probably end up looking up. I've probably even seen the snowman. It didn't even register as anything significant. I probably just had to walk up and click on it or something. Not over there. And we're just zipping around a little bit. To see if we don't see any glows. Because where we had the other one didn't glow, now I'm just not trusting looking for the glow, and I'm looking for anything that like looks embedded in the ground. Especially, that's partly why I noticed the iron bar that was laying on the ground. Was I'm not looking for the orange anymore, I'm not trusting it. If I see it, I'll go for it. But, if you see solid colors, I'll also go for it. don't know if I've been out here. I probably have, just from the other direction. I've definitely been out here because I built that drill. And over there's just a bunch of the paths we've been through a number of times. We'll probably check those out at some point. Did I check under here? Come on, you can make it. Yeah, we've been here. I remember this pattern. So I know one place I can get the snowballs. I'm gonna go check by the king real fast, just to see if we don't have to, like, hike it. If I do, I do, but... we'll run over here and see what we can find. Then the next thing I need to do is find the hidden snowman. I do not mind if people spoil me on that. Stuff where it's just find the hidden. Or rather, let me put it this way. If it's something interesting or whatever that I should realistically find on my own, then that's fine. If it's something that, like, finding it's like, nah, let's be fair, you're probably not, like, it's just, like, shoved in some corner you're not gonna, like, necessarily find easily. That'll probably be like, yeah, just tell me. Just because, while I don't mind searching myself, me driving around for 2-3 hours trying to find the hidden snowman will not be a good time. Alright, so I don't know if I can take a snowball with me, but I'm going to try. I might have to run all the way to the king and then slap him with a snowball. So can I put this in the truck? It did survive. Excellent. We have armed ourselves. It is now it's time to take down the monarchy. We will no longer live in a place, I may actually say indifference, because that king has literally done nothing the entire time. But we'll no longer live in it. We'll choose our own destiny. Even though they really didn't force any destiny on you, look, it's just a thing we do. It's an authority figure, and we're feeling rebellious. It is what it is. I don't make the rules. Sounds like a teenager. Yep.
I know I'm supposed to be a brave king, but I'm a bit afraid of spiders mostly.
I got the achievement Assassin. To be fair, I did have to go a pretty far away.
King.
Oh, never mind. It was right here. Ha! You missed. Victory is mine. Okay, so that leaves us with one bone to find. We're looking for a foot bone, We need to find the hidden secret, whatever snowman. Is there anything else here? Just scroll down. There's the hidden snowman. And I need to find the last bone. If someone is willing to spoil themselves, my question is the snowman just like hidden someplace on the island? There's no like any rhyme or reason or whatever, like you just gotta find the spot? Or is it like I have to do something that like once I've done it, I'll logically find the snowman? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because the only reason I'm asking that is if it is just like randomly just driving around till I happen to see it, then I don't mind the spoiler of where it is. If it is something that like, oh yeah, you'll get the relics and that'll show you where the snowman, like something like that, then it can just be like, you know, hey, work on whatever. Just so I don't sit here for like 2-3 hours zipping around in circles and I'm not even on the right track. We've checked those back tracks a lot, so I'm just kind of cutting through. Because that would be the other big thing, is just we're looking at two objectives that are literally just looking for needles in the haystack kind of thing. So I think I'd do to help myself out with that would be perfectly fine. Because I do know people said the fossils, they have like a whole bunch of spawn points they can show up at, but it's randomized which ones they actually are at. That's not a fossil down there before everyone gets excited. We already zipped along that side. Okay. Sorry about that. And there's something I was going to do while I was here. Oh, I need to top off. Right, I was going to check the quest for the fossils. It should say there's one more, and I'll just put it in the truck. Yeah, so 35 out of 36 for the fossils. Which we figured. Huh? And there's nothing about getting the tokens here or anything else that I saw as far as on the list of quests or achievements. So I'm not going to worry about focusing on any of that. I'm gonna race down the middle here. Keep an eye on both sides of the river. All right. So if I were to hide a snowman on the map, where would I hide it? Because what I'm probably gonna have to do is since I've had no one peek for it, I'm gonna probably just have to look it up myself. I'm just trying to avoid that. Like, let's see, you don't know where the snowman is, but have you checked all around the entire volcano? That's that's what I'm suspecting. If it's like a hidden snowman, there's probably like a little cave tucked in somewhere. You're looking, but there's lack of info? Gotcha, I appreciate it. Here, one thing I could probably help. It's Frosty the Snowman is the name of the achievement. So I'm kind of expecting it to be like, you know, a crack in one of these, or a crack in like the volcano wall, or something of that nature. There's a lot of places it could be. Okay, and it cannot be that island. Well, I mean, it can't be... I can't go to that island from where I am. Okay. And then we'll go back over to the volcano and just stay kind of close, because it could be that there's just like a cave in there. Yeah, the only reason I'm asking is I want to make sure that I'm not running us in circles for no reason. Because there are absolute achievements where you can do that, where you can just burn 4 or 5 hours just chasing the wrong lead, as it were. If you had a complete guess, the snowman would be if you defrost the 3 chunks at the same time. That'd be a really weird one for this game. I haven't seen anything like that before. I'm not saying that's wrong or anything. Yeah, so I'm trying to check all these like different like plateaus and all that for either the fossil or the snowman. Or if nothing else, it just gives me a high vantage point that I might be able to spot the fossil's glow if it's working. Okay. Yeah, no, it does imply that you find it. The big question would be boiled down to, like, is it one of the fields I gotta dig into to find it? Is it, like, tucked away in some cave? Is it just out in the middle of nowhere in the fog? Like, there's lots of places they could hide it. As far as making it, I don't think too much that really fits making it. That's part of why I did the springboard thing there, the pogo. Is I was curious if I launched into the air if I could see better because of like the lack of fog over that way. Next info. Honestly, even for a new game, that's surprising. A lot of people usually have that stuff sorted instantly. That's the path up in. It does look like the glow from the lanterns actually goes a long way. So that may not be the worst way to look for them. So just go to locations like every so often on the map and then just launch into the air. Might actually not be the worst way to try and look for the fossil. Because then it should be visible as long as it's not under something. What happened? How you learn flying? Oh, it's if you hold go, like if you hold drive as well as the handbrake, you springboard in the air. Where's the weird pocket over there? Oh, it's not pocket, it's just the way the train looks from over here. I'm still gonna look at it. Even though I probably looked at it 1,000 times. But I genuinely don't know where else to look. Does it get much farther over and it starts to fog up? And I've only found one fossil in the fog, which was, like, by the mining drill. Let's go around the north side, because it's not going to be in town. The snowman could be hidden someplace in town, like in one of the houses or something. But the fossil won't. There's a little bit of a ledge over here we can double check. I've probably seen it 1,000 times, but you never know. Not finding anything actually stating anyone has found the snowman. What's the completion rate for the achievement? That is actually an excellent question. Almost every single one of the achievements for the DLC, other than like the very beginning ones, are 0.0%. Like, all the achievements I already have are also marked as 0.0%. So unfortunately, the metrics I'm seeing there are not useful. It's probably because of the game that got immensely popular because of YouTube, and a lot of people did not probably come... Well, that's actually an interesting spot. Let's go check that out in a moment. There's probably an unusually high number of people who played the game at some point, but don't even know that there's, like, a new DLC or anything. Thanks for looking, though. It is appreciated, even if we didn't ultimately find it. I'm gonna try going right up to that flat area up there, not the one of the path. Can a snowman be inside buildings? It's possible. I haven't seen a building that I can go into other than the museum, though. Is there a chance you give me the cliff notes? I mean, if you can't, like, I can pull up the link. Basically, like, you know, because we don't have links turned on the channel, so it gets to be a little bit complicated. Worst case, you can send it to a mod and they can pass it on. I hid the snowman somewhere in the world, that's your hint. Gotcha. That checks out. Check the back of this. It could also be someplace that's hard to reach. That you wouldn't think to, because I did notice with the shattered area. Yeah, and I kind of figured it was, like, it could have been the rocks. So what I'm thinking, though, is there is a couple of places that make things. Right, but discovering a random thing in the world, it all depends on cat and mouse can you find. Like, because we're also looking for, we know we're missing a fossil. And that sucker glows. So we've got more ledges on the backside of the volcano as well. Like, if it comes down to we're just searching for the snowman, I might just work on the achievements I have in the mainland that I've got missing. Because those, at least, I can predictably make progress. That's another ledge I haven't checked. I can predictably make progress. Versus the needle in the haystack kind of thing. You can run around for hours and may or may not find what you're looking for. Hello, that is a cave up there, friends. Let's see if I can't get to it as I'm trying to straight up, literally straight up. Where that lava flow's coming from, there's a cave. I don't know if that's where it is. Oh, never mind, it's a bridge. That means it's probably nothing worthwhile. Well, it's a dud is what it is. From down below, I got all excited. It's like, oh, that's a cave. That would be too easy. People would probably be just like, oh yeah, just look at the cave. Oh yeah, no, I turned the camera so I could look underneath. So I did see that it was just lava in there. There's no more cave. It just... I'll head up there in a minute. I am thinking a possibility is over here, you see all these, like, plateaus? I'm wondering if we can realistically navigate the top of these plateaus, because I know I was able to get to the top of them over here where there's this mine. I did that, like, way back, but I wasn't sure... Maybe under a major lava waterfall? It's possible. They could do the old waterfall. We could definitely check that. I want to check right up here real fast, because, like I said, there's all these plateaus up here. But this is the only way to get up to this height. And they do have what look like they're supposed to be ramps between some of them. So I'm going to try just driving over real fast to see if I'm allowed. Oh, they literally have a big snowbank to cause you to bounce, so you can't get speed. It might just be reused asset. Just try a different one. There's another spot over here to the left. Yeah, every one of them has like a ridge right before it, so you bounce, so you lose any and all momentum you've got. So I always seem to bounce backwards when I pogo. Sure. Well, those all look clear. So a place I can see is in the cracked part of the island over there is certainly a place. Hiding in a hidden cave in the lava flow certainly is a contestant. I'd assume it'd be at the bottom here, because this is like the giant spot. But I have a feeling it's just going to be ramp. But it's worth trying. I'm going to take that as a no. I'm getting stuck in the terrain. So out the volcano we go. Okay then. So, I guess the question is, do we want to drive around randomly looking for this fossil and snowman? Or do we want to go back to, well, and it'd be a different save file. Do we want to go back to the main area to get the achievements I've knocked out there? You have filled up the lava tank at least? It does not. We already tested that before. Okay, invisible wall. That's all I was checking. I could see someone, like, hiding it along the edge there or something where you can't really get a vehicle. Yes, it does feel like the kind of place I would hide one. So that's probably going to lead back out. Both those are going to lead back out. Let's try doing the loop back, cutbacks. Because a lot of games will have it where you can get through one side, which then dead ends. Sorry, one side. Oh, we bend both those. It's always hard to know which ways you bend in there. You know, part of it is you can just like hug the right side and just keep going through. I haven't been searching terribly long today. We did, so like, I never sat there and did like a concentrated, like, we are now searching kind of step. Instead, the way I approached it was, as I was driving between like this town and that town, I would take different routes and all that to see if I couldn't find, you know, a different path that maybe I missed something. We're down to just one fossil. And I've not seen any fossils ever show up in the lava or anything like that. Not that I haven't looked anyways. And we've checked these two snowdrifts a bunch of times. That side of the volcano is the fog side. We've checked that pretty thoroughly. Alright. And I know we looked at it the other day, but that may have been after we might have accidentally disabled the glow effects. I'm gonna check that little bump over here on this island. Which I'm betting we probably already did find fossils up here, but I also don't remember. I'd hate to have to see if I could pull up a map or something to look for it. If I have to, I have to. Could check over here real fast. Yeah, so I'm trying to not loop back too much onto the exact same spots. They do glow, so if I get a line of sight on it, I should be able to spot it pretty easy. But sometimes they do like to tuck it into like a little pocket like you see over there. You have to get like directly above it kind of thing. And I'm pretty sure we weren't able to reach these islands yesterday, that there was an invisible wall here. No, yeah, there's the invisible wall. I'm getting stuck on it now. Yeah, so I can't go any closer to that island. It's interesting that that rock piece is rendering from this far away. I guess I shouldn't have to worry about the rendering distance for something, which might actually work to my advantage with the fossil. Is I could potentially launch myself in the air, and as long as it's not under something, maybe I'll just spot the texture. Now it's moved in our spot. And we'll try it again. It does seem like these torches render for really long distances. The other possibility for the snowman is maybe up top on the caldera, that there could be a cave or a spot in the lava you can drop into or something like that up there. Okay. There's something having a rendering issue over there in those edges. So let's see if we can't see anything over there. There may have just been a graphical glitch, but I saw on the top of two of the plateaus in the far distance on the left there was something was having an issue rendering. So it could just be some tearing way out in the distance of some kind. It could be that there's a fossil or some other thing. But it's way over there. You can also see like the little black spot on the plateau way over there. You're gonna head over there, see if there's like a ramp or some other way to get up top that. It's also possible to just drive in between that thing, launch in the air, and we should come down somewhere on the plateaus, most likely. Alright, it's gamble time. See if we land anywhere useful. Yeah, those are rendering issues. It's good to confirm. Not seeing anything else of meaning there. And I'm pretty sure our ability to jump is pretty sad in the game. Oh yeah, it's non-existent. Okay. I was just curious if like those... Nice. Alright, let's do this again. You are right. It does look like there's something actually over on that one on the far left. It's a shame that the texture, like, this is the only reason I'm hesitant to think there's stuff up here is because this is very broken terrain. Like when you get on top, it's real glitchy. Keep going this way. Come on. I'm thinking it's just a rendering issue. Okay, so should be on target to land on here. It definitely looked like it from the other angle, but now I'm getting here, it's not looking like it. So I think that's just... Like, don't get me wrong, it does look like something, but I think it is just like a rock or a rendering issue or something like that. Yeah, and I think it's just literally bad rendering. Because I'm pretty sure I'm willing to bet if I try and drive over here, it's just a straight up invisible wall. Yeah, it's just a rendering issue. Okay, so I think we can probably rule out the top of these plateaus. They're super buggy and glitchy. So I think you weren't really intended to be up here. Alright. Let's go top off this thing, because it's getting low on fuel. Hello, sewer drains. I know some place we're going to be checking here in a minute. Okay. That's clearly got a solid texture on it. Let's check all these smashed houses and everything. There's a texture blocking that. Why have to park the truck just barely out of camera range? Oh, that's not where I wanted to drop me. Okay, well now I gotta go find my truck. That's fine. I mean, not useful, but cool. Yeah, let's drive between these ruins and see, like, if they... cheekily hid something inside the ruins. All right. Because there's a lot of ruins, you'd be able to hide stuff in here pretty easily. There's not more houses that way. Sorry about that. Now, granted, logically, it makes no sense there would be a snowman here. If we don't see stuff in the ruins, I'm going to go into town, and we're going to give town, like, a proper run-through. Yeah, there's nothing that looks like a good place to hide a cave there. Do you leave Lurk and go to bed, at least for now? Just not feeling great? I understand. I hope you feel better. It is relatable. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. Alright, I feel like we did already check all these. Stream's going good. We're just, we're trying to figure out 2 achievements. I'm missing a singular bone from the skeleton. And then also on top of that, we are looking for a hidden snowman. And for those who have tried to sleuth it, we've come up with pretty much, you know, that there is a snowman somewhere hidden in the world. And that the dev said it wouldn't be something that's like super grindy or ridiculous to try and find. But also, no one has found information as to where to find. Because I'm dealing with a little bit of cold, so we're just kind of achievement hunting. Horse game? Never. Let's check on foot. We're gonna do a quick run through town. I'm putting my mouse over all of the door handles just in case, like, one of the doors is real kind of thing. I never did look at the giant pool in the middle of this town. I don't think so. Well, oh. For the record, you cannot jump in there. Does no one want to talk about the giant gaping abyss in the middle of town? But you found the method to get PIDs with specific open files. It's nothing. It's not finding it with the file. You're trying to what now? You're trying to find, like, IDs for the files? No, I'm missing something here. Okay.
I don't suppose you could grab me this.
There's actually a pocket back here, maybe? Even macro and Python. Okay. I was like, what? What are we even talking about? Alright, I'll deal with the next section of this in a minute. We'll also try going up that wheel. Okay, they've made it so there's a lot of places you just cannot jump up on the roofs, even though it looks like you can. Stop bouncing me, stop it. Yeah, so that just counts as a wall. Okay. Let me go through here. Okay. Yeah, so wheel doesn't have, like, ledges or anything I can climb or anything like that. Alright.
Suppose you can grab me this.
No. Busy. We must find the snowman. It doesn't have to be a snowman. Alright, maybe it does, but you know. And I'll know when I've done the lap when I see my car when I'm crisscrossing back and forth. I also keep checking those grates just in case they pull the stunt of, you know, one of those grates actually being a cave, like a tunnel you can go into kind of things. And we're quickly running out of places we can check here. 'Cause I believe I'm getting pretty close to my vehicle. Alright, well, I'm feeling pretty satisfied it's not in town. I don't think I checked along this side of the museum. It doesn't look like there's an area underneath the museum we can check. Oh, can't fit through there. Okay. Well, that's at least one thing I feel pretty satisfied we've checked out.
Go fetch some Hydrosaur bones, would you?
I still don't know where you want this, man. Alright.
I reckon those forge marks are useful.
Well, we did try to do a tour of the town. You don't think... Wait, what? You don't think there's a designated spot, you just need them all there? I don't know what you're talking about. The fossils? I mean, the implication was the fossils have, like, some RNG as to where they appear on the map, is what I've been told. Not that I know that. Oh, the relics? Gotcha, yeah, it could just be they have to sit on the pedestals. Alright, let's zip around in these tunnels again. Because this is one of the only places that I felt like we explored, but we haven't double backed carefully. So I could certainly see where there could perchance be like a cave or something in here that I've missed. And we've seen these same two trees a whole lot of times. Alright, let's turn back around. That goes back out. This goes back to the other two trees. So we'll take a right up here. Basically just trying to take every path we can. And that leads out to the water where there's invisible walls. Got one tree, we'll check this way. Yeah, because that's... Wait. What was that on the ground? Okay, I think it was my eyes playing tricks on me. We'll still check that way in a minute. But I am just deliberately trying to take every single turn. Follow through just in case there's a cave tucked away. So again, we checked that one. Hold, please. Okay, that, oh, come on, settle down. This one looks like it might just dead end here. Yes, that goes back to the two trees again. Yeah, trying to make sure that I've thoroughly checked this back area. It seems like a really good, easy place to hide, and I know I got at least a fossil from back here. So now I need to go to the right. Okay, they're taking that path plenty, so I already know where that goes. Alright, so we've explored this whole half. That's the mining spot. Let's see here. We got a nice vantage point from up here. Let's drive around and see if I can't see anything from up here. Because it could be that they've hidden it on the boat. I have not seen an NPC wear it with a broom or a top hat. Let's check right over here by the beginning of the game. Because these tend to be the easiest places to overlook. Alright.
For the king.
No. Yeah, because this is the very beginning of the game here, like the DLC here. You show up on that. So I can see a lot of people not thinking to check back here, because there's basically nothing back here. Yeah, you can see it's not on the other side of this area. Under stairs there, we'll check the door here. Nope. Alright, well, I'm satisfied it's not in the boats in the front. I can't walk if I had these. It's definitely an area where they've designed it so you cannot really wander very far. Which makes sense. They're trying to, like, funnel you into the king so you get the initial dialogue.
Looking for summer?
Don't mind me. I'm just mooching about.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking pretty soon we'll just stop searching because, like I said, this could be something I do for hours until we finally figure out where the heck it's hiding. And it's not an objective that you can make like gradual progression. It's not like, oh, kill 1,000 enemies, where even if it is slow and tedious, you can kind of get that slow, tangible progress. This is straight up good luck. You know, maybe you find it, maybe you don't. I'm also surprised that, like, we literally have not come up with any clues. Like, someone's had to have found it by now. Especially the devs, like, yeah, we didn't want this to be, like, some big, ridiculous difficulty thing. And I believe I already checked through the cracks here previously looking for fossils. Because one of these I could fit through, and the other I could not. Either way, it's not there. That's a dead end. There is a statue with a hat. I mean, there's the statue over here. But I wouldn't call that Frosty or a snowman or anything. Nor does it appear to be interactable. I have a feeling it's just going to be a snowman tucked in some hard-to-reach place or some very well-hidden place. Usually you can't find something in a tutorial. It's at least a Steam forum, but you only found 2 posts referencing it. One said they hadn't found the snowman, and yet, and the other you referenced. Yep. Where did I put my vehicle? It's over there. You know, it could even be that they're policing the Steam forums to delete anyone spoiling it. I've known when a game first comes out, devs doing that. Usually it doesn't last long though. Yeah, it's way too small for us to go through. I'm just surprised about the fossil. That we haven't managed to locate that. That's one of the only reasons I'm still going with the search here, is because the fossil's not supposed to be super hidden. They're just kind of scattered everywhere. So I'm really surprised we haven't found it yet. Because they are being pretty thorough now. Do we know that's in this one? We don't necessarily know that. Like that it's in this one and not the old map. 1 second. Nope. We genuinely don't know. That's the thing. If it has no hints whatsoever as to where to find it, it's all guesswork. Okay, so that's out. Alright, so let's go back because there's a path to the right here. And it very well could be on Mott's Island as well. I looked over Mott's Island pretty carefully, though. Not looking for this, but it's not a big area. Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about the snowman. And that's the other side that goes to... Well, let's actually double check that. Let's not assume. Yeah, we're looking for either the snowman or the fossil. Yeah, so this is the other side of that same area. But other than trying to like do searches for myself, I would not be surprised if we see the like... I'd be surprised if there's someone who's got a YouTube video already up with... Oh, you find it over here? Let's see, a frost snowman is a clue. He has a corncob pipe, a button no, 2 eyes made out of skull, a broomstick for a hat, silk hat, made by children, over the hills in snow. Here they are. Oh yeah, you're just going through like the song. Yeah, I don't think it's actually going to be that big on a play of the song Frosty Snowman. I could be wrong. I think it's literally going to be there's a snowman hidden somewhere. Like there'll be a spot with like a cave, maybe it's behind a waterfall, maybe it's behind something else. I have another place we should check. We should check where all that steam is at. Yeah, and that's the downside. You do have to like with YouTube, you do have to like watch the videos. Okay, just random dead end, I guess. I'm hoping it's not something super elaborate, like take the fire tank through one of these areas and like melt a wall to find him or some nonsense. Because again, it's fine if there's in-game hints that are like, you know, something that would make that something to consider. But with not being a thing we've done at any point and just randomly having some random wall, those to me are really bad secrets. Where it's not like a puzzle to be solved, it's just doing things at random till something sticks. There's nothing I really see over there. All right. Yeah, no, I think it's like literally just finding the spot. We already checked there where it looks like a cave from way down here. It's just the tunnel. We already looked at that. So what I'm going to do real fast is there is a place over by, I believe, I can't remember if it's over here or over at the other site. No, it's not. It's. Let's just keep going this way. But there's a couple places where we have like waterfalls that maybe it could be behind the waterfall. We checked those plateaus up there already. We checked in between all these like, you know, ice drift, whatever they are. Not that we couldn't overlook something, but, you know. And you don't have a ticket to ride the boat. Let's check this site. Yeah, where I checked that area. I was sitting there thinking, like, did I check over there with the fossils? Like, yeah, I've checked there. Oh, well. Can't get through that way. Okay, for the record, there are invisible walls along the sides here. That where it can't go where the water is. The truck won't fit this way. Please. Please. There we go. Okay, well that's a bust. Yeah, that's the thing about when stuff is hidden, though. Unless it's made in an obvious place, how difficult, quote-unquote, it is to find is very relative. Because, like, you know, you can just look in the wrong places and just not know where to find it. Because, I mean, I remember with, like, Borderlands, I found all of the vault symbols in all the maps. Now, granted, some of those took quite a bit of figuring. And then on top of that... Okay, so that bounces me off. Yeah, so that's not a solid thing. It's like, that'd be cheeky to, like, make a staircase there that's just, like, for sale, and you're like, okay. And then that just take you right into it. Alright.
Hey, you up, lad?
Okay. Is there a place that is the coldest on the island? Like farthest from the lava? There is a place where there is a lot of fog that makes it really hard to see everything. Which is a very, very, very strong candidate for where they could hide the snowman. Is just like plop him down in a cave somewhere in the middle of the fog. Or even just out wherever in the fog. It's also a place in the map that they don't have revealed. You have to just drive through and figure it out. Which is actually where we're heading now. We're like right on the edge of it. Meanwhile, before we go in there, though, I'm going to do a quick pass up in these hills. Yeah, so over this way. And I know I've gone along the edge many times. And I believe I've crossed through just about anywhere in the middle, but I'm not confident. Because the moment you get in here, you can't see anything. Alright. I wonder if you could do something to reduce the fog. Settings. Motion blur foliage. Effects. Nope. Texture, shadows, post-processing. makes it brighter. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't look like that does anything to change the fog. It just makes the fog brighter or darker, like less shadows or whatever. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to deal with my nose real fast. So I'm going to be back here in just a second. And I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back here in just a minute. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And I mean, it'd be more you'd get stuff on your. By the way, go to bed. Oh, jeez, I completely lost track of time. People who are addicted to cucumber. You can simply call it cucumberholics. If you see anyone pickling cucumber out of their food, picking cucumber out of the food, tell them they need to learn how to appreciate the true taste of cucumber. We will host a cucumber party in 3 days to educate people on cucumber's great taste. They're delicious and they're great for your skin. Any store owners who serve dishes containing cucumber may participate in the cooking contest. Remember, individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second. Right, sorry about that. Okay. So. Let's just launch again. I don't think we got high enough to escape the fog, so I have no idea where we are. Excellent. Perfect. We are after the bone and or the snowman. But even people trying to consult the interwebs have been unable to locate where the snowman is supposedly at. But either or. Yeah, and we've already got the drill set up. At least now I know I'm over by the drill. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I usually don't achievement hunt on stream. Is because there's always achievements like this where it's like, what are you doing? Driving around randomly trying to find the missing thing. Because unfortunately you can't really like grid the thing out. Like if I had coordinates or something like that I could. But otherwise it is just driving around till we get lucky. Well, we don't even know these things are in the fog. I'm just checking the fog because it's one of those places I'm like, okay, it's very, very realistic that I could have, I could miss this in the fog. This looks like it's the water's edge. I can actually drive in the, oh, just dip my little pinky toe in the water, I understand. Yeah, and I have said with the snowman, I'm absolutely, like, down for people, like, if you want to, like, if you do figure out where it is, just giving me a hint of at least where to be looking. that would be fantastic. But so far, no one's been able to find any meaningful information about it. Just that it is hidden, and that the dev said it wasn't some like giant project to unlock it or something. That they've hidden a snowman. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? Like, I'm figuring if I find either the bone or the snowman. Because the alternative of what we do is we would hop over to the not DLC area to knock out the last achievements I'm missing there on my other save file. If we, whenever we go to take a break from trying to find this last bone or the snowman. They've been up here plenty. Not enough room to really hide much up here either. Alright, this is the last direction I'm going to check driving through the fog, and then we're going to leave the fog. Because this is kind of parallel to those hills I kept looking at, towards the shore. And outside of, like, just knowing exactly where to look, like, if it's like a little cave tucked in a hill or something that's super hard to see from out there, I don't imagine we stumble upon it just randomly in any timely manner otherwise. Yeah, those are the ledges. I didn't actually mean to go that far in that direction. Because we've already checked those ledges like a dozen times over. Okay, now we're at the shore. Because that's the only achievements I have left on the island here. It's literally just those two. Everything else is the other location. I can't drive to that, we gotta take the boat. You're still looking for the mines that are around the map somewhere. Well, when you're looking for the mines, if you grab the map and you hold it, it'll show you where your icon is, the little blue diamond there. And then all the ones that have the shovels, you know, are where the things are. Dev mode, find bone / snowman. I know, right? Like, I was kind of figuring that we would have come across the bone by now. Oh, you're talking about the ones where you find the free resources? Yeah, no, they're, you can launch this guy, like, one's right over there. You can launch yourself in the sky using the space and drive button by just holding it for several seconds. And that's a good way to find a lot of stuff like that that'll render from far away. Yeah, that waterfall over there is one place I'm going to check. Take a quick peek at the town here. Since we didn't look for the snowman here, we only looked for the fossil.
You won't find better prices than these.
I was curious that they'd have like the snowman hiding in like the buildings there for like an igloo or whatever. I could also see them doing something like one of these windows
Take a look at my goods.
and just like make that how they're hidden. Alright, satisfied that's not here. Okay, so let's go back towards New Glade. I'm going to take the left river this time because I took the right river last time. And we're just going to keep an eye on the shores and all that. And what we're going to check for, though, is when we get over to where the water is dumping down, where the water and the lava are, we're going to see if we can't find, like, a cave or something there. Oh, that's way more slanted than I gave it credit for last time. Nope. Trying to think of where else we could even check. Let's try going up to the caldera. Because I haven't been there, like, properly searching in a while. We can take this road up this way. I don't really see a good place to, search there more carefully. Underneath one of the lava bridges? I checked all lava bridges on that side. I didn't check the other side, I don't think. I'm actually not sure. We'll double check, though. We did check the lava bridge up there. There's only one, like, actually, that's a proper bridge from what I saw. You found one earlier just outside the outpost walls? Yeah, no, I did a walk around the outpost walls and I didn't find any bones. Okay, you can see under those plenty easy. Probably a reason I didn't think much of it. Yeah, there's nothing under there. And I already checked all the buildings and all that for the snowman. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I know the ones, they go over, like, one of the dig sites. Yeah, we checked those as well. But I can check again here in a minute. I do think I'm going to, for the snowman side of things, I'm going to try going up to the caldera and just see if there's anywhere I could think of that would be potentially a place to hide stuff. Because we also need to top off the lava pretty soon. But, let's see. Take a quick peek in here. Nope. Sorry, that's way over there. Top off the lava real fast. Come on. Let's go from the other side. I can walk in lava? Oh, with your feet. It's game logic. It's just not the kind of game where you die in it and all that. There's like no health or anything, so they just make you kind of go, oh, or whatever. Let's check that one. We're being thorough. We are trying to make absolutely sure that we are not missing wherever this snowman or like is gonna be. Like, I don't expect to find a fossil here. There's a weird dip in the ground there. That's interesting. But yeah, not the kind of game, because it'd be one of those things, like, I can only imagine if you jumped in lava and your character just took a whole bunch of damage where lava is what you have to use all your industry around, you just get frustrated with the game because you constantly get hurt trying to get, you know, elaborate things done. Okay, I didn't check this one, but I did check the two ahead of us. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so the next two big waterfalls we did check. So let's go up towards the caldera. You take a quick detour, just drive along here, because I haven't driven along here in a while. Okay. We're gonna go up to the caldera, and we're just going to see if there's any place obvious. Because we did check the giant waterfall there, just to see if there's like a hidden cave or whatever. Nothing. We checked a bunch of these areas, no luck. Checked under bridges. I admittedly did not try and check in these waterfalls. I'm not expecting it to be here, but I also have no idea where else to check, so. Fair enough. Not there. That's too thin to do anything with. There's no additional path to speak of that way. No place I could realistically hide anything here. All right. And I don't believe there's any way we can climb up on that arch there. Yeah, because there's the ledge there that we'll hit our head on. Yeah, that's not something we can realistically climb. So I think we're good on those. I'll check the other side just because they're being thorough. But, I'm not expecting to see anything I care to see. Those look like the path might go around. So I might be able to get to the front of this one. There's an invisible wall, so nope. Oh no. Well, I've got a hike now. Actually, recall nearest vehicle. Did it do it? Oh, it's over there. I was like, don't make me walk the whole way up there, please. Let's just drive up on this ledge real fast, because I don't think I've done that in a while. Nope. Okay, mention checking under the lava bridges that are over here. We definitely checked under that one here on the right. Now we can't go down here. You found one right outside of town? I'm pretty sure I found one right outside of town too. Like, I think it was by the sign going in as well. You know, I didn't figure it'd be in the plot. The question was if there'd be one over there by that bridge, but it's not looking encouraging. Yeah, vaguely, I don't think it was this side, I think it's the other side. So this bridge is where you found one? Yeah, I think I did get one from there way back, but we were definitely just checking there before. Nope. I'm sure someone's gonna have like a list of here are all the locations they can be in. But I do feel like we're getting to that point of just switching to the R save, knocking out some of the achievements in the other area. Because I can't imagine people want to watch me drive around just looking randomly for too much longer. I've already taken this way longer than I normally would because I don't know what else I'd be doing right now. just with like my current kind of getting sick headspace. I probably won't go through the effort to do that. I do appreciate it. Nothing new there. The question is, did you find any meaningful number in the fog? I remember finding one in the fog by the mining drill, but I don't remember finding any others in the fog. And I'm kind of having a feeling that they don't really hide them in the fog much. You found one by the dock to the right of that town. Oh, to the fog town? I think I did as well, but let's check. And regardless of which way this goes, if I do find it, obviously we'll turn it in, and that'll be progress. If not, then I do think we'll be at the point of switching over to the not DLC part of the game to knock out achievements there. Because those who missed what was going on today, I am dealing with potentially coming down with a cold or whatever. So I'm dealing with some like brain fuzz and all that. And so I didn't want to start a new game, even though I kind of wrapped up this one, other than just make automation bigger. So I was like, all right, if we play this, I'll do some achievement hunting, which I normally don't do on stream. And, you know, people voted for it, like very, very, decent number of people voted. So it's like, all right, let's just do some achievement hunting. We've been very successful in that. I'm down to just 2 achievements in this part of the game. But they are literally drive around until you find the thing kind of achievements. And we've been driving around, and we haven't found the thing. Yeah, so to the right of the dock. Let me have my camera. There's an invisible wall, and I'm getting my camera stuck on the invisible wall. Oh, what? Is it coming from the town, going to Newglade? Have you followed the shore by the lava to the right of Newglade? You found pretty... Oh, yeah, I think I've already found the ones over there. But yeah. No, because I've gone through, there's like all those little caves and then there's the waterfall there. I've gone along that whole area. Like, that's the whole thing. It's like, realistically, I'm probably going to have to either just wander around aimlessly until it eventually happens, or I'll have to find, like, where someone has already mapped out the locations. Or I'll have to sit here and like literally systematically like find a way to mark my area and then just like do a grid. But I will head over that way. But pretty soon we'll do the swap to the non-DLC part. And the only reason because I have achievements there to do, and I'm starting to get antsy that people... Yeah, the DLC's new. Can you post links? A mod would have to post links. You'd have to share it with a mod. I keep the links disabled on the channel because bots, mostly. Like, if we do have a mod handy who doesn't mind, then we could do that. Because that might just give me, like, hey, here's an area I haven't looked. I feel like I've combed the whole island, though. If no one responds, then don't worry about it. I'll just, you know, like I said, I'll switch off the DLC side, message us the regular side, another save, and just... Well, actually, I'll check what the achievements I have in the other one. If they're all grindy achievements, then I don't know. How are we doing on time, by the way? We're doing relatively alright in time. Okay, so yeah, so you're talking about way back here. Either like on one of the two sides. Because I'm pretty sure I've been back on both these sides many times now. But, that said, I actually remember, I think I found a ton of fossils on this hill I'm driving on right now. Like good like 5 or 6 of them or something. The other side? Alright. Yeah, this is the side with the other dig site. I actually managed to beach this on the tiniest little speck here. There we go. I'm pretty sure I already checked back here a dozen times, but... yeah, it's the same dead-end area. But yeah, no, I was on the side with the scoria. And so now we're heading towards lumber. I believe I've been basically everywhere back there now. I'm gonna not go back there in case I missed one, like, along the shore here. The side and score the other dig site? Yeah, I checked there too, but I can check. That's what is it, water side? Yeah, I can check, because I know I found one by water side. At least one. Because that was one of the later ones I did find. I'll double check. I may have found both of those. I probably did, but it's worth checking. Because I sure as heck don't know where it is at this point. Like, that's the thing. I feel like I've combed every single part of the map at this phase. So I really am just driving aimlessly. So it should be around here somewhere is the dig site. There's the dig site. There's the lava pond. And just double, triple check in here. Okay. So let's see what the achievements we have on the other one, because I'm not going to keep hunting for this. We've been driving around here for probably like 2 hours, doing nothing but driving looking for these. Which is fine, but it feels like it's really just not a good move content-wise. So we have finding the relics in the R1, destroy 5,000 items with logic circuits, make 10,000 farming, buy the hydro chopper. All of those are grinds. So literally all the achievements I have left, all 6 of them, are just wandering around aimlessly or grinding. So I feel like that's not what we're going to do on stream. So I still have, like, another 2 hours or so that I stream tonight. So I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do in place. Because I don't think I want to sit here and just grind out slapping down more drills for, like, no achievements. Like, we've kind of already unlocked all that. I think, how much have the farms made while you were away? Oh, probably some obnoxious amount. There's a good chance that the mining thing I built at this stage may have probably had it. Noita? Probably not Noita. I know Noita had an update recently. Noita's never done well on the channel, like, absolutely ever. I've played it many times on the channel, and it's really almost always been kind of eh. Get other games on your list. Cough, cough. Visual Studio. Cough, cough. Why would I play Visual Studio? That doesn't make any sense. I have no idea what you mean by VS in this context. Oh, Vintage Story? For like, tonight, I'm definitely not going to be jumping into something long format. Because almost certainly that'll be a whole thing. But you are not running. Yeah. We ran out of repair stuff on the first... They ran out of repair stuff on the first fuse, so the whole thing's locked up. You assume Vampire Survivors? Yeah, so we ran out of repair stuff. So I just need to get that. But yeah, which I kind of figured at this phase. It's been a while since we've been back here. But if we went and checked, let me just go ahead and grab the gold bar. I'm not gonna worry about the others, because the gold bar will be the one worth the most money, most likely. So if we run over here, dunk that, spit it out, we can figure out what we're up to before the whole system shut down. We have a gold bar worth 3.2 million, roughly. And that's just the one. So that's where, like, money is absolutely meaningless now. But with that, I gotta figure out what we're playing, because there's all that. That's absurd. Yeah, and that's the thing. We're basically late game. That's the reason I'm like, I don't know what to do. Because really, all I would do here is just make more until the game performance can't handle it anymore, which is a lot we can do. I could sit there and hook up all of these giant miners everywhere, just keep scaling up until, like, literally the game will break down after a while. Which is fun in its own right. But, here, what I can actually show you is... I'm not going to mess with the save file much. But if we were to load... Oh, did I run back here? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember which save file is I think that's what I just... Yeah, this was one I was just making the DLC worked and everything. So you can see I was on the way here. Bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to take us back to the original island on this one. And I'm just going to show you, like, the setup I had over there. And then meanwhile, I'm going to debate what the heck I'm doing with the last 2 hours of stream. Because, like, I can go back to Farm Sim. That's certainly an option. I don't think I want to start American Trucker this late. Because it kind of gets to that weird thing where it would be like 1, 2, 1.5 deliveries. It's a little unclear. Oh, there was no animation, just physically punted me here. Alright, so where the heck is my vehicle? I forgot I bought these at some point. I also don't remember my way around. That's fine. I have a bunch of different achievements. Is this for the biggest? Yeah, so I had 2 different mines going on here. Because I had to do all the stuff, because this side there's all like the farming stuff, and then there's on top of that there's all the mining stuff. So if you see what looks like an absolute nightmarish grid everywhere, like this is all growing crops for all the quests. You can see where my emeralds have failed a number of times. So I have a huge disaster everywhere from that. We have a similar setup to what you saw before over here. And we go down here. You can see this one I actually took the time to do stairs. So I got like tier 2 pumps, tier 1, tier 2. Then you got tier 3 running down here, and this is one of several locations we got. I don't even remember what's back here. Nothing, apparently. Yeah, that's where the explosion came from. So this one actually isn't the explosion. This save file I played a lot after I streamed it last. Mostly just grinding out these crops. Because one of the achievements is to get 10,000 of the 10,000 of the guild tokens just on the farming stuff. And I was grinding that out. So I got like all these boards, like I even got like beets on the ground and everything. So you can see like all the boards here for the most part, like just that. We've got piles of stuff everywhere. And then I got tired of grinding it because it really was tedious. But yeah. So but yeah, this is the same place where that, like the emerald eruption was from, you know, this angle where like I can't remember what I did as I think I flipped the lever. Oh yeah, it's not on a whole set of levers. I made it so it has a timer where they turn on and off, which I don't need, but I set that all up to have a ridiculous amount of programming. I don't know why. When I could have just left them turned on. But yeah. So that was the old setup. But yeah, so I'm gonna do a poll. Let's see. Well, here. So the things I'm debating. I'll do the poll. What are we doing now? Farming Simulator 22. Stardew achievements. Last option, go to bed. That might be the options I go with. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Because I don't want to start American Truck Simulator right now. Farming Sim I could hop in and just do stuff immediately. Stardew Valley I could hop in and do stuff immediately. I don't feel like dealing with Noita right now. It also has never done well on the channel, like, ever, and I've done it many times. I'm just gonna go with that. That's what our poll's gonna be. There's 3 options you got. You got more Farming Simulator 22, you got do Stardew Valley, and we'll just work on the save that I was doing on stream, trying to get the achievements I'm missing. And then there's go to bed, which is just, you know, go to bed. Because, like, I'm fine with it at, like, whichever way we want to go with it. And all that. I'm gonna eat a little bit of my food in the meantime. I'm just stuck with, like, this game that all the achievements left in this are just real grindy things. That I don't see as being entertaining, and we've been doing it for a while. It's very much the stuff I do on my own time. Versus Stardew Valley achievements, I do have a variety of achievements. There is going to be a lot of, like, you know, farm this place, farm that place, do some fishing, farm this place, farm that place, do some fishing, do random side mission or whatever, because I'd have to be going for the perfection is the one I'm missing, because I did perfection before it was an achievement, and so that's what Stardew Valley would be. Are you gonna three-way tie it? Is this what's happening? Why is chat always chaos? I mean, I know why, but I still have to rhetorically ask why. Okay. Hey, Kitty Cartel, how's it going? It wasn't a big bite so much as I had a piece of it just like stuck to the side of my tooth. And it was just like, okay, this is inconvenient. It's not going away. So I had to deal with it. Alright, Cerise the Mage, you have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out and tuning in, all good stuff. I do think, whatever we switch to, I'm not going to bother with TikTok and YouTube. So, that's not true. You know what? I'm going to leave TikTok just in the category per the usual. YouTube, I'm probably just going to let drop. And I won't worry about trying to, like, do a 2-hour YouTube video of whatever we got going on. It's looking like it's going to go with Farm Sim. But I do understand if anyone's like, this is not my jam, I want to move on, all that stuff. Don't forget to follow and all that good stuff. I do play a whole variety of things, which does mean sometimes I'll play things that are and are not your jam. And that is A-okay. Yeah, so you can see, like, I'm getting a little bit of a blur here. Like, the frame rate's not great. That was the limiting factor. And you can see, I had ridiculous amounts of space to expand, but my frame rate is already kind of going south. And I can do stuff to fix it, like, honestly, I should do this. Oh no, that's why I didn't clean it up. These gems don't count as a raw resource, so I have to clean them up manually. That's why they're still a mess. Oh no, I've already fixed it so we won't get emerald eruptions anymore. After that happened, I did take corrective action. Yeah, so this is what I was doing the achievement. It was just standing this all the time. 52 emerald pickup. That's a lot more than 52 emeralds. That's a lot more than 52 emeralds. That is definitely way more than 52. I don't remember what half this stuff is laying around here. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be hopping back over to Farm Sim. So thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in on this side. So I'm going to go ahead and exit this game. Just use the magnets. What's the worst that could happen? Lots of things. So yeah, so on the YouTube side, I'm going to be saying goodbye to YouTube. But we'll just keep going in TikTok without worrying about, like, any of the other setup stuff. It's not worth my time to go and mess with it and drop it and bring it back up. We got a lot of you tuning in, and I do appreciate that. So with all that said, let me just quickly go back over. Farming Simulator 22. Let's do more farming. Because reasons. Also farming. Survivor, man, challenge, and things. Okay, good enough for me. That is a A+ title that no one should question whatsoever. Can I change this middle of stream this way? Oh, please tell me this works. What? Did TikTok actually make their live player not an absolute smoldering pile of garbage? I don't understand. I can actually change categories middle of stream now? And I don't have to end the stream? When did they finally fix that? It's super non-intuitive how you do it, but you know, that's fine. Why does it give me the tag gaming ranking? I don't care. For those who don't know, like the TikTok player for a content creator is straight up a bad time. Oh, did it not update? All right, 1 second. Farming Simulator 22. It didn't update my category. We'll do this. Let's see. At Twitch. Going back to Farming Simulator 22. There. All right. So we're just gonna pretend we didn't take a 3-hour hiatus of a hum. Oh, you just found the relic? 3 hours of digging? Yeah, we'll just pretend we didn't take a. It's almost exactly a 3.5 hour hiatus to do some Hydroneer, and we'll just pretend we were doing farm sim the whole time. All right, and we did not want to advance a day, and we did already stage everything where I needed to have them to do what we need to do. For those who missed where we left off, we are doing the Survivor Man Challenge, which we started at $0, Chainsaw, and a Dream, and we kind of went up from there. We did just advance the day after doing all of our wheat. We are going to be planting our canola, which is the first time canola will be planted on this farm, I believe. I hope I'm not lying to you. And all that. So we've got that queued up. I need to get our harvester all ready because it's also time for us to get our sorghum. So it is a busy working day for us in Farm Sim. The good news is we've actually got good equipment, so it's an effective busy working day. Also, is there anything on sale that I want? Not really. Not really. Okay, worth checking. Okay. And with that, we just go ahead and line you up. And we are good to go. But thank you for everyone who's been hanging out on all the channels. I really do appreciate how many people we've had hanging out on TikTok tonight. It is one of those things that I find my viewership in TikTok to be very fluky. So I don't pay attention to like the viewer count over there hardly ever, while the other platforms I tend to be very aware of it. So when I look over at TikTok, I'm like, oh crap, there's like 100 of you over there. It doesn't even register. That said, you know, usually when people are talking, I'll acknowledge it or whatever. All right. Yeah, no, it's been a nice chill night. Been a fairly quiet night on the channel, which is fair. Like I started in the just chatting category just because I didn't know what I wanted to play. And every time I've done that, that's hurt our viewership a lot because a lot of people don't want to watch just chatting. So it does have kind of a chilling effect for the rest of the stream because you get off on kind of a wrong foot. And I've definitely been playing. I've been playing things that aren't necessarily the greats. Like, don't get me wrong, Farm Sim does fine. It doesn't do amazing, it does fine. But achievement hunting has never been a particularly effective thing for me on the channel. Don't get me wrong, there are people who do that content who have built an audience around that type of content. That's just not the content I built the channel around over the time. I'd much rather just like checking a whole variety of games. I think on the return trip. How full are you? Yeah, I'll need to empty you on this pass. Because if it's at 30 and it's mostly at the other side of the lane, it might run out right towards the end of the next pass, and then the thing for emptying it out will be on the wrong side for me. Oh, you're looking for the relic 3 hours? Yeah, that's the not DLC thing of Hydroneer. The relics were one of the achievements. And that's one of the ones I'm missing, because it is one of those ones that's just like, how do you feel about just literally trying to clear every single chunk of rock from this looking for the relic? Let's see, hope you're doing well, Rual. What's your go-to game lately? My go-to game, that is a good question. Lately, when I'm not streaming, I have been mostly playing Stardew Valley. I've also been playing a bit of PlateUp, and occasionally I'll jump into something completely random, like play a little Mountain Blade. You probably will see me hop into Farm Sim a lot while off stream, but most of the time that's me recording for YouTube, which means that's not really playing for me so much as that's playing for content purposes, which doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. But, like, I would assume the question is, like, on my own time, what's going there? You haven't tried Stardew yet since the update? Is it good? Yes. It doesn't matter which update you're referring to. The answer is yes. Yeah, so the update does add a lot of quality of life to the game. They do add a sprinkling of new content all over the place. So it doesn't have, like, a giant addition to content, such as, you know, the island. But it does add a ton of content kind of all over the place, like little bit by little, like a couple new characters here and there, a whole lot of new dialogue, some additional crops. You get the idea. But it's good. I'm liking it. They do add more achievements. There is there is a an alternative way to doing the island that's via Joja. New romanceables? I don't believe so. I do not believe they added any new romanceable characters. They did give some of the romanceable characters like a lot more dialogue and everything, though. Sorry about that. All that. Let's see, you feel there was an effort made to make all aspects of Stardew a little bit more enjoyable. Exactly. Yeah. They definitely did that. Hey Arch, how's it going? I did catch you playing... What was the name of that game? Side-scroller. Looked like Terraria, but automation. I'm blanking on it. It looked good. It's like automation? Autoforge. There's the one. Yeah, no, that was good. I'm dealing with what is like the start of a cold, and I'm not excited about it. Which is one reason we've been doing like a lot of farm sim and stuff like that today. Is playing anything that's going to take actual brain power was not going to happen. You got the plague. Feels like it. I mean, actually, like all things considered, I actually don't feel that bad. Like, as far as colds or flus or whatever I'm dealing with, it's pretty mild, but I am dealing with some brain fuzz. Like, I'm not sitting here going, oh god, why? Like, if I was, like, properly feeling miserable, I wouldn't be streaming, because I wouldn't make good content that way, and it wouldn't be enjoyable, and people would be disappointed. So with all that said, is I think my mods have called it a night tonight, which is totally fine. But let me go ahead and... Oh, yeah, that's right. They did say they're going in that calling night. Let's do a shout-out for Arch. That's right. I totally forgot when both mods mentioned they were heading out. For those that don't know, Arch plays stuff. Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely someone we're checking out. Been playing some AutoForge among many other indie games lately. If you're into indie games, you can almost always find it over there. So definitely good times. Definitely in person to check out. Also a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. But it's good seeing you. Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, that's the classic of very much... I always, like, whenever all the mods join the team and all that, pretty much every single one is like, you have no obligations. Like, I can't pay you, and so you're obligated to do nothing. Like, you have no obligations to do anything. You can do any support you want to, but until the day I can afford to pay people, I won't expect them to do anything more than they want to do on their own. You got not much sleep last night, so you're looking forward to bed tonight? I know that feeling. You lurk all the time? Oh, I know. On like, I do end up seeing like I don't keep like the list of viewers up or anything like that, but when I pull up my bot and I'm going through the screens, there is a screen that does show who is on, and I don't sit there and like go out of my way to check. There's only been like 2 or 3 times I've checked that list, and usually that's someone who I highly suspect is kind of not being a great person. And they'll make a comment or whatever, and then I'll check. Or if I say something where someone has given a hot take that I very, very heavily do not agree with, and I'll shut it down. And, you know, I'll sometimes check that a person is like, oh, you know, like, that the stuff doesn't bother me. I'll usually check and to see if they've left chat. The answer is almost always yes. So when someone's being like overtly political and I shut down their hot take, sometimes I'll peek to see if they dipped the moment they didn't get to like have their hot take undisturbed. Why not a cold take or a lukewarm take? But yeah, because it is a thing that when, for the record, usually when it comes to like me shutting down like the hot take kind of comment, that's usually when someone is being like minimizing of others and that kind of stuff. Where I'm like, all right, we just like straight up no. Like, down to have disagreements, but if your disagreement is basically downplaying someone's existence, the answer is no. I could go for a milkshake. My tea is cold. It's actually kind of nice. I should say cold as in room temperature, but it's kind of nice. In-N-Out, baby? I never grew up around In-N-Out, so it never ended up being a big thing for me. Like, don't get me wrong, when we visited Tomb's family over in California, I went and I was like, okay, you know, it's a perfectly serviceable fast food place. Like, I wasn't unhappy with it, but it felt overhyped. Which, to be fair, I feel happens with a lot of local chains no matter where the local is. Because there's definitely chains here that get overhyped too. Or like, I had a buddy who would hype Del Taco a lot, and it's okay. Their sauce is terrible. Their sauce is basically ketchup. And I'm sorry, but I'm not a fan of the idea of putting ketchup on my taco. To be fair, the tacos, like the quality of the taco, is better than a lot of places. Like, not like sit down or whatever, like fast food, like the taco itself. But they just lose it at the seasoning and the sauce. Never heard of it? Yeah, now In-N-Out is a chain primarily on the West Coast US. They do have locations more broadly nowadays, but I believe it is mostly in California, that area. Honestly, one of the chains I've seen showing up, you're not wrong in that one? Oh, the Del Taco one? Yeah, no, Del Taco is... I had a buddy who ranted and raved about it for like weeks and weeks and weeks. And I was like, all right, man, like you're hyping this thing up real high. Like, let's check out this place. Because they finally had opened a Del Taco for the first time in the area. And I went there and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? This is like really not good. He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. I was like, what is this? This is crap. Very genuinely, I will rank Taco Bell over Del Taco. And I enjoy Taco Bell, but I will be one of the first to say, yeah, it's like grade D quality. I do enjoy it, but it's not good. You'll take Del Taco or Taco Bell? Yeah, that's fine. People are allowed to have bad taste. I'm teasing. Yeah, no, I very much was not Team Del Taco. And like, if you enjoy Del Taco, that's fine. Don't let me like ruin it for you. But it was very much, it got hyped to me like real hard. And it wasn't even like it didn't live up to the hype. That was certainly one thing. But like genuinely was like, I don't want to eat here again. Like, I will eat something I make at home or whatever. That person should not remain your friend. I mean, they're a good person. They're fine. I haven't talked to him in a good age. You think it gets hyped because it's new and you have Taco Bell your whole life? I could see something like that. What are your trucks shooting out the back? Oh, that's just like the so you know with sorghum and that's I believe the seeds you want. It's just the bushy end of it. So like the stem and all that crap you don't care about, and so you're just hucking that out the back. But it's not like straw or something useful we can use here. It's just basically debris that we're gonna go ahead and, you know, plow back into the dirt. It's not a product I sell or whatever. You finished your task. You finished your task? Oh, right. How did you do? I forgot you were even over here doing this. This was seeding our canola. I left you unattended with no supervision whatsoever. Okay, so you didn't do a perfect job. We got a little spot here that you missed. It's okay. This is a very irregular shaped field. I kind of wanted just to see how you do. And you did honestly a bit better than expectations were. Expectations were low, just to be clear. Just so we're all being honest here. Expectations were low. I was expecting it to miss like a fifth of the field. So it missing like one little corner over there, fair enough. It looks like it missed another little corner over here. Honestly, all things considered, that's really not bad. It's still embarrassingly sad that the AI can't handle that, but all things considered with how bad the AI can be about these projects, I'm not upset about it. That's all I had to touch up and fix, was just those two little spots. Alright, so we need to get the sorghum out of this. And then I need to... Do I dare try and cut the, Oh, you know I didn't do? I didn't check to see if that field needs lime. I bet you it did. It's too late now, you've already seeded and everything. I mean, I don't think it's actually too late, but later then I'm going to probably be willing to deal with it. We'll see. Let's take a quick peek, say if it says needs lime. If it does say needs lime, let's turn loose the tractor on that and see if it handles it. The problem is this harvester is actually so efficient. I don't get much time down to work on a bunch of those other things, because I do have to empty this pass because I can't handle another harvester full. I also suddenly realized I had intended on planting oats in that field while I waited for the canola to be ready and totally forgot about it. It's fine. It's too late now by a long shot, and it's not that big a deal. But that would have been like an extra 10k or so, maybe. Actually, probably close to 20 now we have all the orders operations. We would have made more money, but it's fine. We are making good money now. Okay. I really need to replace this tractor. Even if I get one that's not much more horsepower, just something that's top speed isn't 15. Because that'll help a tremendous amount if we get that sorted. Okay. It is really nice not having the giant piles of flour over there all the time. I'm also curious how full that warehouse can get, because I'm already noticing the warehouse is getting pretty full. That said, that's still fine. We should, I think it said it handles 250 pallets. And I can't imagine we're over that. Or getting close to that. A chain I've been seeing pop up over here is, it's called PDQ, People Dedicated to Quality. It's a chicken place. Well, chicken tenders place. So I'm normally one who gets excited about chicken tenders. But I will say, it is relatively good. Would I rant and rave and hype about it? Probably not. But I have been pretty happy about it. It has been good. As well as ones that's convenient to go for. And I know Wawa's been blowing up all over Florida, and I've been pretty happy with that too. That was another one that we had people like really rant and rave about, who from up north were like, "Oh my god, wow, was so amazing. You have no idea, it's gonna be so great. I'm so happy it's here." It's like, okay, cool. And don't get me wrong, WoW is actually good, but I wouldn't say it quickly, quite lives up to that hype. Of course, then you also have, what is it, Buc-ee's? Buc-ee's is another one you hear people hype up really, like people literally get Buc-ee's t-shirt and Buc-ee's like magnets for their cars and all sorts of stuff. That's another one that's like, it's fine. Like, it's not bad, but it's a little weird to have this whole like culture around it to me. That feels a little over the top. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. It's like, okay, I mean, it was cool, I guess. Like, I had a good time. Like, it wasn't upset with it or anything. But I also didn't sit there and be like, oh man, you don't understand. You have to go. Oh, right, we're going to hit all the wrong buttons. And we're going to go check with that. You agree people were a bit too animated over it? Yeah, and that seems to happen quite a bit. Which, I mean, cool if people are into whatever. Like, don't let me ruin it for you. Needs lime. Alright. I think I can still lime that and it will count. That's how you feel about In-N-Out? Yeah. That's kind of how I was with In-N-Out as well. It's like, it's a perfectly serviceable fast food place. Like, I'm not unhappy with it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not hyped about it. It's a perfectly serviceable fast food place. I had 2 containers of lime here somewhere. I don't think that's enough lime. All right, let's go get some lime. That reminds you of the hardcore Nuka-Cola fans. Oh yeah, no, you have those. You have that kind of thing for people like Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Like, you know, a lot of people have their preferences in between Coca-Cola and Pepsi, and that's all fine and dandy. But then they like the person who has like the Coca-Cola tattoo on their shoulder, and like they've got like the Coca-Cola Santa on them. Like, oh my god, please. It's like, I get it, you like Coke, but this feels like it's an unhealthy level of being into Coca-Cola. You drink either? I'm the same. I'd say generally between Pepsi and Coke, I prefer Coke because I find Pepsi to be a bit on the sweeter side. But, unless we're talking about... Well, actually, no, that's not true. Between Mountain Dew and Mellow Yellow, I really can go either way with that. I don't... Either of those is fine. You give me either one, we're good. I got the Coke tattoo. I've seen it was like the Coca-Cola Classic tattoo on someone's shoulder. The Santa I haven't seen, to be clear. But I have seen the Coca-Cola Classic one on someone's shoulder before. You get to see a lot of interesting tattoos at Bike Week. Because a lot of people... And it's funny, over the years when you go to like Bike Week or Biketoberfest or any of those kind of events, it's been fun watching as, you know, nerd culture, geek culture, gaming culture, whatever you want to go with, has like slowly crept into the tattoos you see. So like you go way back and it's mostly, you know, women on Harleys, scantily clad women, the occasional like angel or Viking or whatever, or like a tiger ripping out of someone's arm, like, you know, pretty stereotypical, you know, tattoos. And then you get to nowadays, you're seeing like a lot more like Fallout tattoos, that kind of stuff. Like you still see a lot of the other stuff I mentioned, but you're seeing a lot more like, you know, Mario, Legend of Zelda, especially the Triforce. Like they won't make it overtly obvious that it's video games. We see like the Triforce or the logo from Assassin's Creed. They'll have Nuke Boy, like the Nuka-Cola Vault Boy. That's the one, Vault Boy. They'll have Vault Boy sometimes. Or if you want the real OGs, you'll see one that has a suitcase that says Gek on it. For the 10 people here who ever played Fallout 1 or 2, or Tactics. You see a decent number of, like, Tomb Raider, or, was it Bayonetta? Lots of Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. Fallout 1 was awesome in its day. Oh yeah, no, it's those are the kinds of games that I remember playing back in the day, Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout Tactics, that back in their day, I thought they were some of the best games ever. And they like in their time, they very much were up there as just like really solid games. Like definitely where we had the game tier list, I would probably put Fallout 1 and 2 in Masterpiece. Fallout Tactics would probably just get amazing. It was fun, but if we are comparing the Fallout games, it didn't hold up nearly as well as Fallout 1 and 2. Like, it was a little too formulaic at that point. But, all that said, you don't crush the crops, please? But all that said, nowadays, if someone's like, hey, you should go back and play Fallout 1 and 2, I feel like that's how you ruin Fallout 1 and 2. They definitely feel like the kind of games that if you played it again, you're riding entirely on nostalgia. Like, they're still good games, but I feel like they're the kinds of games that wouldn't age as well. You replay it every couple years? Gotcha. I would worry that a lot of, like, so I feel like they would hold up better than some. Being a turn-based like tactical game, I feel like they'd hold up better than some. Because there's a lot of like your first person shooters. No, this is not getting up that hill. It went ugh, and then it was just no horses left. Like the turn-based makes it a lot more things versus when you go to like the old school first person shooters, some of them they're like retro enough that they could still be enjoyable, but a lot of them you go back and play, it's like, man, I remember loving this game. It is real hard to play right now. It's one of the reasons I have kind of a pretty strong policy with myself to not go back to games that I was very heavy about nostalgia for very often, because it's usually a good way to ruin that passion, like the joy you had of that game, because you start comparing it to what you're used to now, and hopefully games have improved enough that you start feeling the pain points, because if not, then that genre is really lagged, which actually does happen. There are genres that just straight up get forgotten for like a decade. Like if you go back to the 90s where we had, you know, X-Wing, TIE Fighter, B-Wing, X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, Descent, and all those games that came out like one after the other, that we had just like a real binger of those. And then there was like a decade or two, more like 1 decade, where from like the late 90s to like the 2010s, that genre, it's not that there was no games that came out, but there were really not many. That it's like the industry forgot about the genre for a good decade. Which is the same thing that happened with city builders. City builders like SimCity style city builders, same thing happened. EA forgot it owned SimCity as far as I could tell, and then nothing happened for like almost a decade of meaning, of substance, and then City Skylines showed up. And then EA got really jealous because City Skylines was making a whole lot of money, and they're like, oh yeah, we own SimCity, let's make one of those. And then managed to do a terrible job of it. Let's see, Bogus says, there's a big gap between the 2000s CRPGs, and whenever Pillars of Eternity came out and revived the genre. Yeah, that happens a lot. Especially when you're talking, like, indie is a little bit more flexible, but you definitely have, as an industry, and this is of movies as well, and cartoons and everything, that there'll be the in thing for the time being, and you'll get a lot of that. And then there'll be whatever didn't do well one year, and they'll just straight up disappear from the market for like 5-10 years until, you know, something brings the demand back and there's this resurgence. But yeah, it is funny seeing how like companies who used to run markets, because you imagine if Electronic Arts actually sat there and didn't like gimmick up SimCity, but just kept iterating, saying, but what if we added an extra system? But what if we added an extra system? Kind of like City Skylines did. City Skylines would have had no air to breathe. It would have never stood a chance because you would have an established player that was still actively participating in the market that they would have had to have, you know, fought tooth and claw to scrape away the market from. And that's not to say anything negative about City Skylines, it's just, it's really hard to break into a market when you have, like, someone who just dominates it. It's like a lot of the action RPGs trying to break into that market. How many action RPGs have successfully managed to break into the market since you've had Diablo and Path of Exile really got there? You know, Torchlight was there for a little while. Then they tried to do their like sort of MMO, but sort of not MMO. Oh god, we don't know what we're doing with it anymore. Attempt that kind of killed that brand for a good while. All right. Good luck, machine. I need to blow my nose, so I'm going to do that. I'll be right back. Do you know what's a game trend I want to see come back that has been straight up forgotten for the time, for time? I want to see a new Sim Ant. I want to see a new what is it? Spore. I want to see those games. I want to see someone take a modern take. And I know there's been people who've tried to like do it and just, for the most part, the ones I saw ended up underperforming. Like, as far as it's just the game wasn't quite where it needed to be. There is a new Sim Ant game. Excellent. I would love to see that style of genre pop back up. Because I very much enjoyed absolutely demolishing everyone in the house and running the people out of the house. Empire's Undergrowth was pretty awful. Yeah, so there's been a couple of games here and there that have like tried to get in that genre, but all the ones I've seen, it wasn't even that the genre was good, bad, or whatever. It's just their execution in itself, by itself, in isolation. You know, it wasn't always bad. There was definitely ones that like it just didn't have that draw. Like the game was fine, it had the functionality, but you play it and you kind of get to the other side and you go, which does happen a lot. Making games is really hard. Because you'll have all these great ideas that sound good on paper, and then some of them won't work out when you actually execute them. They go, oh, this idea wasn't fun. Let's get rid of it. And that happens a lot. Like, I imagine more games cut stuff because when they actually get to the play phase, they go, it's just, this idea that sounded good is just not fun. It's actually one of the dangers that especially indie devs can run into, in fact, is that you'll have the basis for an idea, and you'll start making it, and something along the way derails, and you get this other thing, and it's not your original passion idea, it's not your vision, it's not whatever you want to have for your terminology, but the thing you ended up with is really good, and you find your audience. And you keep trying to bring it back to that original vision you had, that thing you wanted to make that, you know, you kind of failed to make that, and instead you made something else great. And you end up ruining your game because you forget what makes people like it. And instead you're just going with this thing you had. And it's not to say, not like, having a vision isn't a bad thing. But, you also have to be, you know, like, kind of keep an eye on going, okay, well, what differentiates my game? What does it well? That's one of the things that frustrates me with Path of Exile. And this is something that's happening with Path of Exile 2, is how often they're like, we want to slow the game down. You know, we want to make it grittier. We want to do this. And I love Path of Exile. But if I wanted a slower and grittier action RPG, that is a market that is very well saturated with people. Like, and big players. Like, I mean, granted, Diablo's been struggling a bit to capitalize on its stuff. But there was a run there where every single action RPG coming out was this gritty, dark, slow-moving, where your hits are impactful style game. And then Path of Exile felt very, but what if fast? What if more faster, friend? And don't get me wrong, Path of Exile lets you get so fast that I can't stand it. But at the same time, it's that high-speed action RPG that I feel is what differentiates Path of Exile from all of the other action RPGs out there. Like, that's the thing. And I feel like they keep going back to that vision of being that slow, gritty style of fight. You know, that type of game that, you know, because of it, you're like, but that's not what makes you special. That's like when you have a Are you crashing game? You are crashing. Congratulations, Farm Sim. You crashed. You put a link in for the game in Discord. Put a link for the Sim Ant-like game. Thank you. It's been a long while since I've had a crash in Farm Sim. It's a real stream now. Yep. it's the fast mean grinderness of PoE. Yes, that's exactly the thing. Like action RPGs, there are plenty of slow, like meticulous, slow-paced. Every move counts. Have to be very strategic in your moves and your builds and all that stuff, and like really like do all that, slow pacing. There's like a lot of them, and I can tell you a lot of times when I go from Path of Exile and then I go to play something like Last Epoch or that, which is a good game. It's almost like get on with it. All right, so where do we get left off? Oh, that is actually a pretty bad setback. Okay. It saves every 15 minutes. It must have been like the whole 15 minutes like on the money. Because I mean, I guess the seeding is really fast. Okay, so we're probably at the end of the first field. Oh no, I think we just started the second field. Oh man, that sucks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. On the beginning of the first field, did autosave get turned off? No, what's going on here? That should be nowhere that far back. Yeah, autosave interval, 15 minutes. Has it really not been that long? I mean, don't get me wrong. We legitimately could have had this field harvested in 15 minutes. It feels like it's longer than that, though. Been closer to an hour? Yeah, that's that's weird. It didn't save at all? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. No, you're right. I did start in those positions. I'm going to do an experiment real fast. Okay. So the saving is working. We are set to 15-minute interval. I don't know. We reopened the save, so I don't know. But yeah, that sucks. That's not insignificant. That's the first time we've had that where it set me back like an hour worth of effort. Which sucks because you know what's going to be happening after stream? Is I'm going to be switching over to my other save file because I have more to record for the YouTube episode that I'm supposed to have edited and put out tomorrow. It's mostly done. I finished, like I basically just have like an outro to do and then it's done. They kind of ran up to the wire before stream getting it set up. That sucks. Cool, even watching that? Yep. Yep, for those who don't know, it's every Thursday at about 5 p.m. EST. We get a new Farm Sim Survivor Man Challenge episode on YouTube. It is not the same run that I am doing here. It is a completely different map and everything. And I've been taking entirely different I mean, the greenhouses are still there, but other than the greenhouse, it's been an entirely different approach. That really sucks. That's the first time we've actually been set back like that. Like, we've we've had before where we had a crash and lost like 5-10 minutes of effort. Watch how fun low-tech carrots are. I'm glad I'm not doing those. Those took 9 hours of harvest. And that's not 9 in-game hours, that's 9 real-life human hours. That crap was awful. I am very thankful I'm never doing that again. Okay. But yeah, so I'll try to be mindful when the field finishes to manually save, so that way we hopefully don't take that kind of hit again. Because it does mean I'm probably not going to finish out the stuff I wanted to get done in this in-game day now, because we had the crash set us back basically an hour. Okay. Let's see here. So we're talking about doing the oil mill over there once we do our sale. We're already getting the canola in the ground for it. If we look at our season stuff, we plant our wheat next season, or next month, in-game month. And all that. But it's been going pretty well. Alright, meanwhile, I still have YouTube chat open, even though we're not streaming to YouTube right now. Of course, there's just like an hour or two worth of content. I don't feel like going through the hassle of... Oh, the game just minimized out of stores. Like, you did not just crash on me again. I was about to be pretty upset about that. Alright, we'll get back into position here. I'm trying to remember, what time tomorrow does the RimWorld update drop? I know it's toward the beginning of stream, people said about 18 hours, so is it like, what, 10 hours from now? Give or take? 9-10 hours? $5 p.m. UTC. Gotcha. Hey, FG, good seeing you. Can I get a shout out for FG Squared, please? If someone doesn't mind doing that for me. Otherwise, the whole thing is FG Squared is an absolutely fantastic creator on the platform, so I highly recommend dropping by. Almost certainly going to be playing some RimWorld. How's everyone here this morning? I am getting a sniffle. So we have been doing a low energy day so far as what we've been playing, because it's not bad, like it's not like in the spectrum of colds. It's pretty you can't do the moment? Oh, you should be able to type /shoutout space that. I can take care of it. I can get it. There you go. So as I said, you should absolutely be checking out FG Squared. Absolutely fantastic. Can you possibly get sick on FG? Look, I know, I understand. Hey, I'm gonna try to not ruin their birthday. You did that, didn't work? Weird. Did they just like straight up break mobile entirely, even more than it already was? But yeah, you should definitely check out FG Squared. Fantastic. Certainly going to be playing some RimWorld Anomaly when it pops out. So if it's 5 p.m. UTC and I'm -5, That means I'm looking at noon my time, I believe. RimWorld on Friday for you. Gotcha. It should be 1 p.m. EST. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. I have no idea with time zones anymore. Whatever it is, it's middle of the day tomorrow. Which does mean I will also be playing on Friday. Even though I cannot express the amount of temptation there is to mayhaps play tomorrow, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna make sure my first playing is on stream for all of you for the content. Just understand the amount of self-control this is taking. I am going to bury myself in something like Stardew Valley achievement grinding to keep myself distracted, because if I don't do that, there is zero chance I'm going to manage to not play it, because I am looking forward to seeing the new content. Oh, I guess I should have mentioned it. There has also been a brand new pack, or I think it's being released. I don't know if it is released or being released, for Farm Sim. Now, it is where they take, like, it is effectively paid for mods that a group who specializes in mods basically made a collection that is not available in the mod thing to be sold. But it is available. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to grab it or not. I usually... like, it's one thing, and it's being sold by Farm Sim devs themselves, but with, you know, partnership with the mods, the people who wrote the mods kind of thing. Basically, it's made out of house, is the whole gist of it. But it's entirely around logistics, so I'm curious. I'm a little concerned because one of the things, they have a giant warehouse that you have forklifts to operate and all that, and that worries me, because the forklift part of this game is definitely not its strong point. So leaning into that feels like a weird idea. But like the idea of having all these extra logistics where you can, I think they use like ammonia and manure to make, you know, fertilizer and a whole bunch of stuff that's more involved, which is curious. I haven't decided yet if I'll pick it up or not. It'll make for some good content though. Oh, the forklift and the physics being totally cursed? Probably. You're probably not wrong. To be clear, the packs, when I'm talking about this type of DLC, are usually the ones that don't come in the year season pass, because again, they're third party. That basically, it's a third party is like, hey, we want to sell these mods for money. And they managed to convince the Farm Sim devs to be like, yeah, let's totally do this. Not that there's anything like nefarious about that. It's like, hey, we made this giant sweeping. It's like when you go into some games, like you can go into like Starbound and they have Fracking Universe, or you go into Factorio and they have like the space expansion, or you go into Terraria and they have the what is it, Calamity. It's like something like that, but paid for. I wouldn't say they're quite as extreme though. But the Hoses and Tackle, I believe, is the only other pack they've had that manner, which is the only DLC I have that actually adds content to the game that, I don't know, I felt no obligation, like I felt no reason to buy it. It didn't come with the season passes and all that. And I never had someone be like, oh yeah, it's got this wonderful thing you should definitely check out in it. I've really gotten no feedback about them at all. But that's kind of those ones, it's like, it's either out or about to come out, and I was debating, it's like, okay, do I grab that and I add it to this run the other one? Because it feels like one of the things that also fundamentally changes parts of the game, so that I got to adjust how I'm even operating things. which is really scary in an existing run that you've been doing a challenge on. It would be like if they added a DLC and then suddenly we had to do like pest control and all that. I would be excited because I've specifically talked about I would like that, like various negative things you gotta deal with as a mechanic to the game. But then taking an existing save file and then just slapping that on there and giving it a thumbs up seems like a good way to like have a really messed up experience. But yeah, and I've deliberately been I know I'm switching gears mentally here a lot. I've been deliberately keeping myself naive to most of the stuff with the RimWorld. So when they keep doing the post saying like, here's your next teaser, there's spoilers that I've been deliberately not reading those. Because I genuinely do want to go into it where I tick on the DLC and I go, what's here? And then we get brain leeches or something, I don't know. Or we find out one of our colonists is a doppelganger who wants to eat everyone's souls, or is actively trying to sabotage stuff and poisons our food, or who knows. And Crace cashing in on a 40 stream streak, 4-0, getting their extra 450 points. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that, and congratulations on those extra points. You did do the consistent thing. Alright, we're just continuing to, for the second time, harvest the same field of sorghum. I am hoping we will be able to get both the sorghum fields harvested and that canola field planted before stream end, which is probably going to be pushing it. I'll probably have to go slightly long. Yeah, no, I'm gonna save here in a moment. Maybe they will do a zombie mode. Maybe, we have no idea. That's the way I've been looking at it, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, that to me it felt like, you know, royalty was getting into like societal hierarchy, you know, the DLC. You had ideology was getting into like, you know, ideology and religion as the DLC. We had biotech, which is, you know, science gone wild, the DLC. And it feels like this one is meant to be, you know, supernatural. So I'm kind of thinking anything supernatural might be on the table. Because they have alluded to a lot of like spooky, spoopy, whatever you want to go with stuff. So zombies, wraiths, ghouls, revenants, doppelgangers. I missed a spot. I could imagine all of that potentially being there. Not saying they will be there. Alright, so I'm going to drop this off. We'll plop a quick save, since we did have a crash that cost us an hour. Let's not do that again. Perfect. Precise parking job. 10 out of 10. Alright. Oh, I am late to this party. We get to see if we can actually make that second pass, because I'm supposed to catch it on the pass going from right to left, and I am too late to catch that to do anything, so either one is it will have enough space and I'll be able to catch it on the other side, or two, it won't have enough space and it'll stop in the middle of the field and I'll have to take over a move, which isn't the end of the world, it just inconveniences me mildly. Alright. In the meantime, that means I can go over here. Because we realized we didn't do the lime on this, so I'm going to have to buy the lime again, go get the lime, drive back out here. Big pallets, lime, give me 8. Yes, please. Okay. Alright, so get down here to the lime. Top it off. And then we'll switch to that tractor to empty. And then it'll be time to get this thing back out here. It'll be curious what all we get with the spooky thing. There's certainly going to be a lot of deception kind of things where maybe one of your people gets like infected by something or other, and that it's kind of like the betrayal thing for refugees, except, you know, it was your pawn, but then they got infected with whatever they got infected with, and now they're not your pawn. Which will be deeply upsetting if it's a pawn you care about. We'll see. Either way, I think it'll be a good addition to just have some variance. Right, so you're going to short the end of that field, and I'm going to have you swing by and touch up on it. The good news is, since you stopped, you'll just stay there till it's emptied. Okay. That thing takes entirely too much lime to fill. And I found if I use the tap thing over here, that you're supposed to be able to like fill up without that, it just straight up charges you like way, way more than it's supposed to be. So you just get highway robberyed with it. So we don't have the stuff planted in the field because we just harvested. So I am good to just zip on over here, get this in position, get it to start plowing the field, or sorry, to start liming the field. I am going to save immediately after setting this thing off, in case that's what triggered it to crash. I don't know why that would be, but like I said, I've had almost no crashes the entire time I played the game, so having that crash and knocked us back a full hour was just... Especially since it's 15 minutes saving intervals, I don't know what happened there. I can only assume, like, it did the interval, because I know it does backup saves and all that. I can only assume it did, like, a backup save or two, couldn't recover them for whatever reason, and then just went, never mind. That's not far enough to the left. And save. Yeah, so I gotta snipe both the ends of the field because the harvester is getting too close to those trees, and so they're not finishing the field. I believe this field, if I remember correctly, I was supposed to go widthwise for it. That's just the way I set it up. Meanwhile, that could just sit there because we can have the harvester empty into it. Because I believe this will do relatively well for liming at this phase. it's interesting to me that when it comes to doing the lime, it works relatively fine. But when it comes to doing the herbicide and the fertilized sprayers, it just, even in an open, flat ground, doesn't know what to do with it. I've run into that so many times, and I find it fascinating and also frustrating. But that's fine. Like I said, I'm going to eventually have to get courseware or GPS mods or whatever. For as this farm gets bigger and bigger and bigger, there'll eventually be a point that I cannot sit there and do all of that myself. That'll need to be able to be like, hey, you spray over here while I go over here and, you know, run pallets and all that. And I've just accepted that's gonna be a thing that's gonna happen at some phase. I haven't done it yet. Mostly because I need to sit down and figure out those mods. Because I do know there are mods that you can sit there and just spend hours configuring. Like in setting up, you know, programming the entire system to run itself kind of thing. And I also know I don't want to do that. I just want to be like, hey, do this pattern in this field. It's your turn. Just going to adjust my AC. It's getting a little stuffy in here. There we go. Courseplay is like that, GPS is not. Yeah, no, GPS is, you could jump in, you could program it to do a path, and then while you're in it, it will do that same path, if I remember correctly. Because I remember a friend of the channel showed me GPS doing all that stuff. And I do know at some point I'm gonna need to set that up. Just because the AI, pretty dumb. The AI is not the smartest. And even though it's not enough for me to really worry about, I'm here. It is a little extra money. Let's just snipe the end of these two fields, go to the other side, snipe the end of that, dump it in the trailer, and then get it moving on the other location. Bug is saying, yeah. With the GPS, you basically give it a reference points, and then it runs like an improved AI. Courseplay is more powerful. You could use it for the whole map, auto drive, but you basically have to program it. Right. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, is I don't want something to have to sit there and like babysit doing all the programming and all that, because then my content so far as playing on stream is me programming everything. Versus if it is something where I can say, hey, I am now training the AI, do this route in this field. Okay, in the future AI, do that route in that field. That's fine. That's basically the way I envision it. I say like, camera on. Okay, this is the route we're doing. Okay. And that the AI then just duplicates what you just did. As best it can. And it's mostly for stuff like the sprayer, where the AI just straight up falls on its face, goes, I don't know, and that's pretty much it. Did I empty you? You look like you're... Well, I forgot to empty that. That's fine. We'll just go to the next field with 20% full already, and just deal with it on the other side. I forgot to empty out the trailer because I was busy trying to get the lime set up. All right. I should check to see if these other fields are marked as needing lime. And if so, we'll try and get those knocked out as well. Okay, so this field's all done. And it doesn't need to be planted again for a while, so I'm in no rush to cultivate it. I've got a lot of other fields that are more urgently needing stuff done. We can get all that sorted out. But yeah, more than likely, I imagine what I'll probably do tomorrow is beyond work stuff I need to do so far as record all things considered. Like, did it really? It feels like it shouldn't have taken me a full hour on the last one because we're basically past where we were on the where I first did, and it hasn't been a full hour yet. I'm thinking maybe we took like 10-20 minutes to get the switch over and all that sort of stuff, but still. I mean, it's still a hit in time. Still shouldn't have been as big of a hit as it ended up being. I'm just curious what happened that we didn't get back like the most of 15 minutes. That we took the full hour, like the full time hit, whatever it was, because definitely over 30. So I do need to drop this off. I can't do 2 loads because we're at 65%. So we're doing 65% per large pass like that. You know, I can't quite fit a full 2 sets of passes. So get you into position, and then we will we'll grab the other tractor, finish the lime in that one little corner it missed, and then after it finishes that little corner, we're going to drop off the lime, and we're going to grab the herbicide. I might have to buy more herbicide. Hey, Simcopter1, thank you so much for the absolutely ridiculous raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Were you playing more Stardew today? That's what I would guess. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in Raiders. It's good to see you all. But I'm gonna go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. For those who don't know, Simcopter1, an absolutely fantastic content creator, but like really going for it with the Stardew lately. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Has some of the greatest voices for the characters on the internet. Pam is especially just takes your breath away. But yeah, so definitely check them out. They do play a lot of simulation and strategy games over there. Someone I definitely would recommend checking out. It's a place I do end up lurking after stream. You know, in my wind out quite regularly. This is an early wrap up for you. I'm assuming you got something going on. If you need to do your self care and all that stuff, I totally understand as well. But welcome in. It is good to see everyone. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But you got a business meeting? Gotcha. I understand. Well, I do appreciate the raid a whole lot. Yeah, that record's been beaten. And if anyone's curious what the new record is, it's like 954,000. Which was the person who beat my record. That's where they took the bar I set to. I set the bar at 135,000, and they said, but what if it just kept going? Which it's a friend of the channel and everything. That's Mr. Lamprey. I keep wanting to say Mr. Lamprey UK because that used to be their screen name, his screen name, but they got the UK part dropped off of it since I don't know if they're still in the UK, but another fantastic content creator. But yeah, so I am a variety streamer though, so I do play a variety of games. We're doing a little bit of a lower energy day today. I do always have like chill vibes, but I'm doing a little bit more just like chill simulation kind of stuff. Because I woke up and went, that feels like a cold coming on. So I am dealing with a little bit of brain fuzz and all that. But right now what we're doing is we're playing Farming Simulator 22, where I'm doing what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge, which is when I started this challenge, I had $0, a chainsaw, and a truck. And then I had the rules of I was not allowed to sell the truck, I was not allowed to take leases or loans, and I just had to make it work, and we are on the hardest economy settings while doing it. And we have been working on this for a while. I'll give you a tour of the farm when I'm not trying to juggle like 10 processes at the same time. So if you'll just bear with me for one moment, I'm going to lose track of what I'm doing otherwise. Alright, so you're all seated, you're limed. Don't worry about the fact that the order's reversed. I forgot. It's what I do. But yeah, so as you can see, we've got a pretty good number of fields going on here. I started with that burnt-out bus. We'll go ahead and visit. Actually, I'll just ditch this here. And we'll just drive right over here. So when I started this run, I started with that truck, the 1984, I think it's a Lizard is what it's called. The 1984 Lizard truck. I started with this chainsaw, a Husqvarna, and this is where we sleep at night, but not on that mattress. That mattress is absolutely not safe. It's just not sanitary. And we went from there, we cut down a bunch of trees, we set up a little field here, we used the money to set up a bigger field over here, we used the money to eventually get a grain mill, and then we got a bakery and a warehouse and sheep. We don't have the sheep anymore. Long story. But, it just kept expanding and expanding and expanding, and that's where we're at now. Sorry about that. Had a sneeze come out of nowhere. Is this with mods or all built, into the game? So the map itself is a modded map. It is the No Man's Land map. But that said, I am very, very light on the mods, and thank you. I am very, very light on the mods. The only real impactful mod I have so far as that is I do have the autoloader, because I can assure you, after a while, you get really tired of picking up pallets. But otherwise, we are mostly vanilla. Does you think you got Farming Sim for free on Epic at some point? You do want to try it soon. It's good. I'd recommend it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. What the heck was I doing now? I was grabbing the spray truck, which never works well to hand it over to the worker. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. which the sprayer, the AI is really bad at the sprayers. It really does like to do half of a row and then say I'm done. Thank you for all those follows. It really does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Okay. So this has the fertilizer in it. I need the herbicide. So let's kick the fertilizer out. Go get our herbicide. I might need to go buy more right now. I probably do. Considering that container only had 2% in it, yeah. Let's just go ahead and do some shopping real fast. So, herbicide. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Goodbye, like $10,000 all at once. Okay. I need to already be in position next to that, emptying it out so it doesn't back up. Let's see, it looks like it's Farm Sim 19 you got on Epic, but I'm sure it's still pretty good, especially for free. Yeah. No, the big thing that, from my understanding, I haven't played 19 myself, but the thing I've been told constantly that is the biggest difference between 19 and 22 is the production lines. 19, you have to get mods to get your production lines set up. It's just not a thing built in the game. Whereas in 22, it is something that's just in the game. And to clarify what I mean by a production line is, for example, the fields in the middle, you can't see them with wheat right now because I just harvested them, so there's nothing planted there right now. But I take all that wheat, and I take it into that, you see the thing with the 2 giant silos there? That is a grain mill. So that's processing all that grain into flour. And then I take that flour to that little house-looking thing out in the distance. That's a bakery. It gives me bread. We leave the bread out in the sun and the rain and the snow. That way we can sell it at a better price at a different season. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. But the whole point is, instead of just I'm harvesting flour or harvesting wheat and selling wheat, you can do something with the wheat to make it more valuable. I should not be trying to take this through these trees, or I need to buy this land and cut down some of these trees to make this an actual road. That is not the way I was hoping those would be oriented. It's fine. But yeah, so they do have a lot of similarities, but those production lines are the big plus. My understanding, though, is you can get a lot of very similar functionality in 19 with the mods. Now, there could be more that I'm unaware of. Like I said, I haven't personally played it. This is my first foray into it. But yeah, because I used a cultivator as opposed to a plow, I do have to use herbicide to deal with the weeds. There are other ways to deal with weeds, but this is honestly one of the more convenient ways. I just need to top this off. Like, once I fill this thing up, it'll last me a couple seasons, but, you know, I ran it out. Okay. But Farm Sim definitely falls in that category of games where you hear someone says, would you like to play a game with realistic farming? And you go, why would I want to do that? It's like, that's a job. Why would I want to do that? And then you play and you go, I understand. That's actually a lot of fun. But on the server, it's like, why would I literally want to play a game that's work? Let's actually check to see... Okay, you'll be fine. Oh, you're also just straight up full. Okay, well, I'll worry about that in a minute. Let's get you going. I have... On the level of faith I have that the AI can handle this sprayer in our new field, I have about as much faith of this sprayer being properly guided under the AI's hands, about as much as I have of every wealthy person in the world deciding it would be appropriate for all of us to evenly distribute our wealth. which is basically in the negatives. Which isn't a jab at wealthy people. It's just the AI's not going to do it. It is the one thing the AI just throws its hands in the air and goes, I can't. It's not possible. But does try anyways. Adding to it, it's not a rectangular field. This is the field is like, what if I did something weird? Which is not going to help that cause. And the reason the AI struggles with it is because it does have a bit of width to it. It is a little bit large in the area of what it covers. Good luck, AI. Oh, did the AI just no field found? Excuse me? Alright, I guess I'm doing it. The AI is like, nope, not even gonna try this one. You're on your own, buddy. This is a problem because I can't see what I'm doing because the lime isn't disappearing under the herbicide. So I'm going to have to absolutely eyeball this, which is going to go badly. Yeah, they actually managed to fail worse than I expected. Honestly, though, considering I can't see the results, it's probably good that it just said no, and then moved on with its day. Alright, so we're going to try and track about where I'm going to try and make the end line up with that bush. How did it fail to find the field? And is it even working? I don't know how it failed to find the field, because I made this field the exact same way I've made all of my fields. Alright, so let's see if we can't line this up with that bush, which is overlapping. I'd rather overlap and waste a little herbicide. I got to scooch forward. Then the alternative, which is I miss an area and then we get a bunch of weeds. So about there. And the only reason I could tell the sprayer's even doing anything with how bright it is because I hear the sound and the percent's going down. But yeah, no, it should be getting herbicided. I'm going to be really disappointed if I'm wasting my money herbiciding this field and it's not doing anything. That'd be pretty disappointing. It'd be easy to tell, though, because we get in the next in-game day and I have a bunch of like little weeds that have to go around and herbicide. Which, if that ends up being what it is what it is. You just roll with the punches after a while. Trying to keep my eye on the line and the texture. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Little farther to the right. Okay. I'm really surprised it's like couldn't find the field. Considering it's seeded, and it seeded, like, that's the weirdest thing. It did the seeding itself. The AI did that. I just had to touch up 2 corners it missed. So it is weird to me that's like, no. There's no field. I would be pretty salty if this wasn't working. Okay, as long as I line up mostly with those bushes on the right there, we should be good for the next pass. That's gonna be tricky because a lot of reasons. Because I need to start this way back here. think I snuck it right in front of that tree. I'm really hoping this is working. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that it's annoying to switch, what I would have done is I would have immediately stopped, kicked out the herbicide, switched to the fertilizer, and see if the fertilizer percent updates. But I'm very much, like, already into this, so it's like, whatever. If it does end up not applying, like I said, what will happen is the next in-game day, we'll look at the field, there'll be tiny little weeds in there, and then we can just go through and do a pass on the weeds, and it'll just be good, and it'll be fine. I think I have enough fertilizer to finish this field. If not, I go buy some. Alright, I don't have a good landmark that I could see for the distance here. But we can try to eyeball the spacing. So probably around here would be where my guess is. That is one thing I do like about when it comes to the AI doing the, like, fertilizer, lime, that kind of stuff, is the AI knows exactly precisely where it left off, so it won't waste any of your, you know, fertilizer or anything. Like, it gets it, like, laser precise. Versus, you know, as the player, you're gonna not be perfect. You're gonna have either, like, you're gonna miss spots or you're gonna overlap a little bit. Alright. Now when we get to the end of this, we can reduce the width of this. Switch over to our fertilizer. And hopefully this works the way I want it to, or I'm going to be sad. Not quite that small. Let's make it that small. Alright. And that should have all of that covered. I hope. Because I don't believe it gives you an indicator like needs herbicide or needs anything like that. I'm pretty sure you just watch for weeds and you go, oh, weeds, that's sad, and deal with it. Versus like the fertilizer, you can check the percent. If it needs lime, you can just check the, check, it'll say it needs lime. But that's fine. Alright. So in theory, that is all herbicided, so that we don't have to worry about weeds. And we'll race over here, we'll kick out the herbicide, grab the fertilizer, and I'm really hoping it will just make the lime disappear, because that's usually a good indicator it's working. So that's that out. And I'm also, the reason I'm not over by the other vehicles is they're basically done with what they need to do. I just need to drop it off. Did anyone happen to notice what percent the herbicide was down to when I was done? I think it was only like 92% or something like that. Or like 88 or whatever. Just trying to gauge how much this needs to be. Oh, we should be more than fine. Yeah, this will be more than fine. I wasn't sure how much I was going to get in here. I don't think it's more than 20%, so we're really good. The spray goes a really long way. Okay, so let's double check things. And the way we can double check this is before I start spraying, I put my mouse over. It says it's 100% fertilized. Oh, it is 100% fertilized because we plowed a field of grass without mowing the grass first. So we're good. I don't need to fertilize it. The fertilizing's already done. Right. That's only the first time you plow a field you get, like, the free 50%. Okay, so we've got this. Let's park it the same way everything else is parked. I was just sitting there staring, I was like, what? This shouldn't be done already. Okay. So let's grab you. And we're going to need to drive you over here. We can do the drop off of the sorghum that's already in here, repair the harvester, and then put the harvester away. Then we'll grab our... Well, actually, I'm going to have to go and repair all the things. That's fine. Go ahead and get this ready. Because I can't fold it up while it's still got sorghum in there, and I did leave the trailer full, so I can't empty it out of the trailer without dropping off, so it's fine. Got more bread and flour to put away, that's not surprising. Yeah, so we're putting all the sorghum and wheat in here to make flour. And for those who don't know what sorghum is, it's usually used in, like, gluten-free flatbreads. We're primarily doing, like, the only reason I'm using sorghum is we have wheat, so it has one harvest in, you know, planting season. And then the sorghum, so it's a different one. To try to not have all of my stuff happening at the same time. That is not a position that's going to work. Because that header has a hook up here. You can see the big bar. And it was over in the building where I couldn't fit the harvester. Alright, so I gotta gas you up and repair you after a long day's work. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. And I do think with the big raid, I might go a smidge long today. Because where normally I would likely have wrapped up with these fields getting done, I think go a little bit longer. Because it is as well as things you get like one of those nice, very generous raids. It usually is in your best interest if you're able to, you know, make sure they hang out, get to know you a little bit, and all that good stuff. So, don't want it to be one of those things where it's just raid and later. But yeah, because normally I do stream from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, which is about now. But I am going to go a little bit long. That, and I already know who I want to raid today, and they're not available yet. I believe they're streaming today. I'm going to be real disappointed if they're not. But I'd be disappointing myself, not anything they've done. And I won't say who in case it doesn't work out. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and if you are enjoying the content, don't forget to drop those follows. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Because otherwise you can go, you know, I was enjoying that stream, but what was that person's name? Especially when you have a name that isn't spelled in a way that makes sense like mine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey, CCB, how's it going? Alright, so we are all set with the harvester all patched up and ready to rock and roll. It's done for the year. I'm doing alright. I'm dealing with a little bit of a cold going on. What map am I on? I am on a modded map called No Man's Land. The gist of this map is when you start, that building back there is the only thing on the map. Everything else is just trees and fields and all that. I hope you feel better. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. It just started today. But it's feeling like it'll be a mild cold, just kind of annoying that, you know, caused a little bit of brain fog and all that. So, where I probably would have played other games today, we went with Farm Sim because it's a game that, when you're not firing in all cylinders, it's still a perfectly enjoyable game. Versus some of the sweatier, harder games that I don't play a lot of those, but when I do play them, like Project Zomboid, you don't want to play that when you're not like functioning at a good capacity. It helps you with depression. Oh, Farm Sim? Yeah. Distraction therapy, escapist therapy is a form of therapy that is often used. Because it's effective. I do enjoy me a bit of escapism. Gotcha. Well, I do hope that it is well managed, or, you know, whatever you gotta do to make it manageable. I do hope you're in a good spot there. I know it's one of those things that's never fixed, but being able to, like, get through the day by day, knowing it's rougher, what it is, how you deal with it, all those kind of things, always good. Making friends has helped you out playing games? Absolutely. And thank you for that follow as well. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing, like, for those unaware. I'm not someone who personally deals with chronic depression. You know, we all have our things. That just isn't on my list. Not that I've never been depressed or anything. But, usually for those who do deal with that, it is one of those things that, like, you never get better. But a lot of times you learn that, like, okay, I have this. You start being able to recognize, oh, this is depression kicking. It doesn't mean it doesn't kick you in the teeth still. But a lot of times you can be like, oh, I see that this is coming. You know, I can let others know around me, hey, I'm gonna have a rough time. Like, you know, it's nothing personal with you. It's a thing I deal with. If that's what you want to do, you can sometimes take the edge off of it, whether it's through medication or whatever mitigation strategies you have. A lot of people over time will learn what they can do to make it, you know, more manageable for themselves. You want to play on the Aussie map? You have to put a custom texture on it? Aussie map. Is it a modded map? I'm not familiar. You're a real bad car wreck? Gotcha. Yeah, no, for me, it's, I end up getting diagnosed with ADHD, which is something, like, I knew I had forever, but kind of, I advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, and when you're talking to a bunch of people, and you're like, why are you describing my childhood? Why are you describing me as a person? And you start having friends who have been diagnosed who are like, hey, you know, it's just something we deal with. And you're like, what do you mean? They're like, you have ADHD. It's like, I haven't been diagnosed. They're like, oh, well, you totally have it. And eventually you're like, you know what? I advocate. I should, you know, confirm whatever. And then just, you get diagnosed. And they're like, oh, yeah, you really have it? It's like, yep, nope, I'm aware. Which I don't take medication for anything. I have it pretty well managed. Yep. Take it one day at a time? Gotcha. You're playing Alma, Missouri. Take it one day at a time? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know that map, but yeah, that's what you do with a lot of those things. The really tough stuff that kicks your butt constantly. A lot of time it is like, what do I need to do to get through today? You know, we're worried about tomorrow once we're ready to do tomorrow. But what do I do to get through today? Then you get through today. And then you just keep repeating that. You know, until you get yourself into a better place. And obviously, I definitely would advocate for people who are struggling and all that. If you have the means and availability, like, get what help you need. Don't let stigma, don't let that get in the way. Obviously, there's anxiety and concern and worry and all that when you're talking about very personal things with someone you don't know when it comes to, like, therapy and all that, which, again, I will say this, not a therapist. Can't help you with that stuff. I can often point you in, like, you know, hey, maybe go talk to a person who does this. A lot of times I can't even do that. I will do what I can to help, but I'm just prefacing that because every once in a while you'll have someone who, like, really spills their guts and you're like, oh crap, how do I want to deal with this? Because you want to help the person on one hand, and it's good to be open and to normalize these things and all that. At the same time, if someone's, like, pouring their soul about trauma, there's probably someone else in your chat who is trying to recover from that exact same sort of trauma, who is now reliving that trauma, and that doesn't help. And so there's definitely the juggle there, which nothing anyone said here has been a problem. It's just me mentally going through it. ADHD things. Just frazzle-brained. Little sick, little ADHD. Brain just doing what the brain wants to do, whether or not it necessarily makes sense. Alright. So we do need to get the bread and the flour into the warehouse. I want to drop off the trailer. We finished harvesting everything for this in-game year. We've got our canola is planted, fertilized, herbicide, limed. Do you need to be limed? No. Good. And I accidentally unhooked this for some reason. It was accident on my part. I did hit the button. So we are good that I don't need to lime the other fields. So it will be just run the seeder through the wheat fields, then the herbicide, then the limes. And all that, or sorry, the herbicide and the fertilizer. And then those are done. They don't need to be limed, but do they need to be coconut? And you gotta shake them all together. They have to be limed and coconutted, and then you feel better. That's a song I haven't thought about in 10 years. I'm surprised I recalled that song that fast. Okay. So I believe we have finished this in-game day, what I need to do. So we go ahead and tag this. Double checking. One last check here. We planted the canola. We harvested the sorghum. We plant the wheat tomorrow. And we plant the sorghum in April. Okay, we are good. Just think. It's all gonna be in your heads now. Well, you gotta keep in mind, a lot of the younger folk here probably haven't heard the song. They're probably like, that's one of them oldies. I don't assume young people talk like that. Alright. Oh, let's also check the store. Anything fancy going on? I can't afford it, and I can't afford it, but those were fancy. Because basically we're just about broke before, But that's because we're, like, in between harvest. Being on this challenge, pretty much the way it rolls is I do the harvest, I run completely out of money, or I don't run completely out, I run low on money, just enough to get through the next crops and everything. And then from there, we barely eke by to the next season. We get a bunch of money, we spend all that money on expanding our operation, and then we repeat this. Now that said, we are making over 200,000. We're probably making over 200,000 a year. I know we're somewhere in that ballpark. So we're doing really well with the money we're making now. Okay, so I do need to get more fertilizer, but we do have enough fertilizer to knock out these fields that we've got going on right here. Actually, let's start with the long field. Because that'll give me more time, so I could start this one, putting the fertilizer in the longer field with the wheat to get that ready for its next harvest. And while that's going on, I'm going to grab the flatbread and go to the shop and buy a bunch of fertilizer. Oh, I'm probably going to need to get liquid fertilizer. This is going to be an expensive year for so far as the supplies. It's fine. I've gone several years without having to re-up the supplies, so it makes sense that I'm running out. Okay. Yeah, so what I need to do is I need to grab the flatbed, empty the flour into the warehouse, go grab the bread and empty it into the warehouse, run over. I need to, because I don't have any. Yeah, there's no fertilizer back there. There's the liquid herbicide, but I need the solid fertilizer. So I've knocked ourselves down to about 6,000 bucks. So that's not great, because I do have to pay my workers to do the work. The good news is for the whole day it'll probably cost me 1,000 or 2,000 bucks. But that is getting kind of to the close of there's not like as much money as I should have available right now. Okay, you got 28,000 there. Did you actually... How close are you to being overfilled? You may have stopped production for a moment there. That would be bad. That'd cost me a lot of money if they stopped production because they got overfilled. It happens, though. So I swing by the warehouse to drop it off. And then we can grab the bread. And same deal, we swing by the warehouse to drop off the other half. I do wish they made the area that you drop off the warehouse a little bit farther out, so I don't have to do this thing where I, like, sweep in like that. Okay. How much do we have in here? 86,000 liters of sorghum, 62,000 liters of wheat, and about 8,000 liters of flour. Just a little bit. And this is way better than what we were dealing with before. Before I got the warehouse, I was just dumping all of that flour just out in the ground everywhere. Which works, it's fine, the game doesn't care. But it means I had to like drive around the flour we had all over the place. And then on top of that, while it doesn't impact anything in the game, it feels weird leaving just crates of, or pallets of flour absolutely everywhere as it's raining and snowing on it and everything. Okay. Alright. So that is all the flour we've already got made. So let's see if I can pull in a steep enough angle to do this in one pass, because I can't get the very back in one pass. Getting pretty full. Alright, so now we're going to go up to get the fertilizer and all the other junk we've been buying. I'm hoping we won't need to buy more liquid fertilizer. I'm also expecting we'll probably need to buy more liquid fertilizer. Because that's like 2,000 a pop. The good news is I don't have nearly as many, like the wheat fields. They're nowhere near as big as my other fields. Okay. It is nice. When we started this run, because we started the $0, we had to get like the budget, everything we could make happen as we barely clawed up enough money to get it. So when we started the run, I was sitting there with the cedar that was, I think it was like I think it was actually, I take that back, I think it was 3 meters wide. We had like the plow that was like 1.5 meters wide. And trying to do those giant fields with those tiny little pieces of equipment was just a rough time. Alright, so I have to come by for second pass. So we've got solid fertilizer and liquid herbicide. The liquid herbicide we're done with for... Well, actually, no, we're not. We literally need it today. Once we're done seeding that field, I seed it, I herbicide it, then I fertilize it. But the herbicide and the fertilizer is ridiculously fast because the thing's so giant, it only takes like 2-3 passes to do an entire field. And it's just the 3 fields in front of me there. And there's one tucked behind the trees there that's a fairly small field. All my wheat fields are my smaller fields. The sorghums are the 2 giant fields out in the left and right. And then the canola is the new field way in the back. This is like literally our first harvest coming out of it. So for right now, I'm just going to worry about getting all of this put away with this vehicle. And just keep the blue tractor doing laps with the seeder on all the fields. Because that blue tractor will do a much better job with the sprayer. I could technically get away with a sprayer on this little 100 horsepower tractor. It's definitely under-spec'd for it. Because like when it's full, I actually really struggle to drive because the weight of the sprayer is so heavy. It lifts the front tires, which makes it so I don't steer properly. So like they keep poking on the ground and all that. And so that's a real problem. One of these days I'm actually going to get a proper place to put these tractors on. I keep saying that and it keeps not happening because it doesn't make me money. It doesn't prevent the loss of money. It's just purely for personal aesthetics kind of thing. But I still want to do it because dumping all of our stuff all over the ground, all over the place, feels not great. You know, $500,000 piece of equipment just laying out in the rain. Getting snowed on. I'm also noticing the greenhouses here are getting backed up. They definitely haven't stopped production yet, but I'm driving past them. The place I need to take them is on the way back towards the front area, so no reason not to do this. Okay, what's out is what they're gonna have. Alright, that's the final pass with the cedar. And that blue tractor, I believe, is the bottleneck today. So when it's ready, I'm going to switch over to it to get it onto the next thing. That way it keeps moving forward. Alright, fold this up. Top off the seeds and the fertilizer. Get to the next field. Continue the process. All right. The cedar's topped off there. Yeah, just get the fertilizer. And I probably won't need to top it off again for the rest of these fields. Like, we probably have enough in there to do the rest, because that first field is the largest of the wheat fields. That's the reason I targeted it first. All right. And the last box. Okay, we'll drop these off at the warehouse. Go get the last of the herbicide and all that. And move on with that. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna deal with this nose here in just a moment. Alright, give that a moment to go by, and meanwhile I'll deal with my nose. Alright, one moment. Okay. It also just gave me a moment to let the other tractor get out of my way so I didn't have to do the thing where we go wide around it and fight with it and all that. It's gonna catch in the corner. There we go. And now we do the next pass to get the last 3 off the back. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It isn't full, is it? It might be full. I just wasn't sure if they stack them too high or not. It's supposed to carry 250 pallets. Let's do another pass to see if it was me not going in far enough. Okay, it was just not me going in far. It's like, I didn't think we were at the point of overfilled yet. Because it also feels like they should stack too high in there. All that flour. Okay, you're already halfway through that field. And then we get the field behind the warehouse, and then that last little field off on the right. And we'll be good. I should have enough time to grab the sprayer and get started with some of that. It's this drive back and forth picking up all the other stuff as that's killing our time. This tractor's been intended to be retired for a while. But it's just, you know, limited funds. I always have to sit there and decide. Does this game require more VRAM to stream? So, when it comes to streaming games, the thing you have to consider is, like, the performance of, like, the streaming software separate from the game. The game usually won't determine how rough it is to stream so far as that. It'll be, like, do you have the resources between the two? So, like, OBS is going to take as much as OBS is going to take normally. And then the game is going to take what it's going to take normally. So I don't really know how to answer that question. Like, me playing this game versus any other 3D game or whatever isn't really going to make a difference. Oh, I need to turn on where I can take not quite full containers. There we go. If that makes sense. Because you also have to get into stuff like when you're streaming. Usually when you're streaming, the big concern is like CPU or GPU, like what's getting slammed. Or it says you had set your encoding software to X264, so it won't tax your graphics card. A lot of times you want to offload. It can depend. It can depend heavily on what you're streaming and all that stuff. But generally speaking, I have personally found having your GPU do your encoding tends to be way better, in my experience. Because there are some games that are what are called processor locked or CPU locked, which basically means the game is doing tons and tons and tons of logic functions. So when it comes to the bottleneck that makes your game run slow, that ends up being the CPU. Then you've got games that are GPU locked, graphics locked, which basically means the thing that's going to be the limiter is your graphics card. And different games will have different ones. Generally, when you're talking games in like simulation and that, they tend to be a lot more likely to be CPU locked, but not necessarily always. Whereas if you're doing stuff like first-person shooters and that kind of stuff, they tend to be more often GPU locked. But again, not necessarily always. There's nuance in it where you could have different types of first-person shooters that might be running a lot more behind-the-scenes computation than other ones. But generally, most of the time, using your GPU for encoding works better, unless your GPU itself is kind of under-spec'd. Sorry. Like, basically, if you're playing a game that is, 2080 Super is 5 years old, that's the card you have, a 2080 probably shouldn't have problems. Like, streaming in general. The 2080 might have problems playing certain games, and then if you're playing those games and then trying to stream at the same time, that might not work out. But a 2080 being able to stream, like, you probably couldn't run the game on, like, ultra-high settings or whatever like that. Like, that would very likely struggle. But you probably could stream, Farming Simulator 22 in general, as long as you're willing to turn down the graphics settings. Because to be fair, Farming Simulator does let you turn your stuff up to have some pretty high graphics settings to it that will make a lot of video cards pretty unhappy. Like where you have like the high texture, well, the really involved foliage right here up close, like we got all this grass up close. You'll notice I have it set to a certain distance. It stops rendering it. I don't believe you can even make that super far, you know, out there. But that said, you can absolutely just make the whole thing unhappy by cranking that up. Now, granted, the downside is you crank it way down, and then the ground kind of has a plastic look. Like this is the painted texture grass here. It would all look like that. So if you've ever played City Skylines, the original, it's like when you have no trees in an area, and it kind of like the ground looks very plasticky, where it's like there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just this kind of flat green texture. And it can make your city look very not real, which used to always be my trick. People used to talk about how much they loved how I made my cities and they looked gorgeous and all that. And honestly, the biggest part of it was taking anywhere you could see the ground and covering that crap with trees. Or water or something. Making it so you couldn't see the ground because the ground texture was kind of... You know, it was missing a lot for practical reasons. But that was always some of the first mods I would get for City Skylines was, let me put down more trees. Like, I don't want your limit, let me put down more trees. I am down to watch the game struggle a little bit on the rendering front, but I want it to look decent. And to be fair, you do the same thing in games like Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo, all of those. A lot of the way you take a zoo from being like, it's an alright zoo, to like looking really good, is finding as much stuff to hide anything that is consistent. So again, like, a lot of time ground textures are just a repeating texture that if you have a lot of it, it looks very, very fake, or very plasticky, or very, very blah. So it's finding stuff like rocks, trees, buildings, signs, lights, anything to split up that texture can do a lot to make it look better. Which is what, like, a lot of actual game devs do when it comes to a lot of that stuff is, when you're making your maps, doing what you can to hide your reuse, because you're going to reuse assets. That's just a practicality thing. Like, not every building is going to be, most of the time, not every building is going to be its own unique set, because one, that's just wasteful. But you have to do stuff like change a lot about it to make it still interesting. Because the reusing assets isn't a problem. The problem you run into is just when you circle back and you've reused assets, and you didn't do enough to mix them up, so everything looks kind of the same. Like, I would argue that's one of the things that Skyrim struggled with was, you go into that cave, they use that same cave layout so many times, and while they do stuff to change it up a little bit, it's just a little bit. So get the herbicide, or sorry, the fertilizer out. Grab the herbicide. Okay. Whereas if we want to compare like one company's title against another title by the same company, I would definitely say if you compare Skyrim against like Fallout 4 or Skyrim against like Starfield, while all of those games do a lot of asset reuse, they all do, I would also argue it is way more noticeable when you go back and play Skyrim nowadays than if you play Starfield or Fallout 4. Like, you'll notice the reuse. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect or anything. like you'll notice like, wait a second, I've seen these assets before. But they do a lot of, a lot better job of moving stuff around, having the maps a little bit like placeholders in different places and all that. That it makes it a little bit less straightforward. You just notice it's like, oh, I've seen this whole building. Let me just run through it. I've played this one before. You do get a little bit of that in Starfield. Some of the randomly generated ones that you just land on a random spot in a planet just generates one. Some of those get very samey. But that's about the only place I feel like it's pretty obvious. All right. They're just hitting it with the herbicide real fast, so that way we don't get weeds. Because the weeds will massively penalize our yield. But as you can see, it technically takes me 3 passes to do this field. Because I have like 1 partial pass. And it doesn't matter if it's partial or a full pass. If I have to drive it, I still have to go 8 miles an hour. It takes the same amount of time. So it does count as like 3 passes here. The other field over there, I believe, is 3 or 4 maybe passes. I think it's like right on the fence. But it goes pretty quick. And when I do it versus the AI, is I will go outside to outside. That way I'm not trying to like sneak the little sliver of a thing in right at the edge, where I have this thing hanging off like 10 feet in both directions. Yeah, if you ever notice that this thing, if I start, like, the tractor starts moving forward, like, at an angle, that happens when the weight of the sprayer is enough that it lifts my front wheels. And it will happen sometimes, depending on the hill I'm on, with this little tractor. The bigger tractor, it's not a problem, but this little tractor is light enough that the big, heavy sprayer pushes hard enough down on the back wheels to lift the front wheels. But I don't have another big tractor, so rather than sitting here just waiting for that tractor to finish, I might as well try to be productive, even if it's a little scuff. Okay. Alright, I'll finish herbiciding this field, and then we'll get the planter to go on the last field, and that'll be done with all the seeding for today. And I mean, the only fields you don't have seed right now are the sorghum, which we don't do until after it's time to sell most of our stuff. That's a big thing I gotta watch this this grain mill for. If we don't watch the grain mill, then very easily it can get backed up and then we lose production, and that's just money lost. Alright, you got one last field left to do. And it's a nice small one. And then that's sorted. And then we'll let the blue tractor take over for the other tractor running the sprayer. Because to give comparison, that little yellow and green tractor is 100 horsepower, and this thing's like, I think it's like 500 or something like that. Okay. So it struggles to move this thing. Okay. Maybe if I'm good between this stream and the next time I play Farm Sim, I'll actually get course play and figure it out. I need to do that, just for being able to hand the sprayer over. Because if I did that, I could work on cleaning up some other stuff. When we get another tractor, we have more fields. I'll have like more fields to plow and all that stuff that I'll be needing to manage 3 or 4 vehicles at a time. And then plus it means I don't have to personally do the spraying as the one assignment I always do. I can spend some time spraying, sometimes harvesting, sometimes plowing, like whatever gap I want to fill in. Or I can just ant farm it, where I have the AI do all of it. I just kind of watch it. You know, I set up all the pieces and I watch it move around. There's definitely times where you're in the mood to ant farm a game. Like a lot of city builders work good for ant farming. Which what I mean by that is a game where you set up the thing, you hit the go button, and you let it go for 15 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. Maybe you do a couple of adjustments, and then you let it go for 10-15 minutes, and you do a little adjustments. But a lot of city builders, colony builders, those kind of games fit into that thing. A lot of tycoons and logistics automation also fit in that. Where sometimes you make a change in Factorio, and you just let it run for a little while to see how it plays out. And then you make your adjustments and everything. And you see how it plays out again. And then when you're happy, you move on to the next project, that kind of thing. How are you doing? You're on your last pass already. Okay. My intention is, once I get another good tractor, this yellow-green tractor, it's not going to be fully retired. I'm going to go and put it just over by the greenhouses, where all it does is just moves water up and down that line. And then the other 2 tractors will do all this stuff, because they'll be better suited. But I'm going to need pretty good money to do that. And our $6,000 in the bank is not saying we have good money right now. But that's just waiting till sell. When we do our sale this time, I actually don't know exactly where we're going to land. I would guess we're getting ballpark-ish 200,000. Because we did give up the sheep, which is about 10,000, and the straw, which is about 10,000. But, well, it's about 16,000 for the straw. But we're also getting a whole extra field of canola that we are going to be making into oil for its very first harvest. Because it should get paid, put down the oil mill, and by the time by the time the canola is grown, that'll all be set up. And that should be whatever we get from that. At which point, then I think the next crop we will get going, once we get the oil all situated, is I will probably go into potatoes, so we could do potato chips. And I imagine that'll probably be pretty lucrative. I also imagine the jump from canola and oil to potato chips is going to be massive. And the reason it's going to be massive is if I look up the price on the stuff here. Where is it now? We can actually go into potato tech. You've got a bunch of the equipment here is going to cost stuff. That's actually not a good example. So we can go to, where is it? Potato. Yeah, potato technology. Like the big harvester for potatoes is 600,000 for the big one. And it can't use the harvester I've got now. And then there is that is not what I wanted. That was the only button. That was the really wrong button. Because I just kicked all my herbicide out onto the ground. Where now I need to refill the tank. Sweet. In the meantime, while that fills back up, let's go repair the cedar, since it's all done. Don't do this. Alright, we just had another crash. I'm gonna bring the game back up, and we'll see where we're at with it. We had a crash earlier, and it's supposed to save every 15 minutes, but we lost what felt like a good half hour to an hour earlier. I'm really hoping that is not the case. Alright, let's see where we're at. That's so weird. I've had like no problems with this game. And that's 2 crashes we've had tonight. So let's take a quick look at how far that set us back. You're parked here. This is beginning of the in-game day. Okay. So I do think I am going to call the stream at this point, because I was going to probably call the stream here in about 10 minutes anyways, but I don't feel like literally reseeding and re-herbiciding all of those fields, because that's the progress we lost, is we literally just lost... We definitely lost more than 15 minutes. So I don't know what's happening, because I have my settings here, wherever they are, that says autosave interval 15 minutes. I'm going to drop that to 10. But autosave 15 minutes. Timescale, like, that doesn't matter. But we are set to save every 15 minutes. So it is definitely not saving as often as it should. Because the maximum we should be allowed to lose is 15 to like 16 minutes if you want to count the actual time to save or something. But I definitely feel like we did lose more than 15 minutes. So I don't know what's going on with that, but that's a real bummer. Here, let me snooze this ad so y'all don't get hit with another ad while I figure this out. Did it not load the latest save? I can check. Let's see. Let's quit out without doing another save. I would assume it loaded the last save, because I don't get an option to do another thing here. Like, there's just load the save. There's not like go back the 10 or so slaves. But yeah, like I said, I probably lost like, I would guess maybe 30 minutes. Because it was when we advanced our day. For a moment, I had a temporary panic, thinking that the sorghum hadn't been harvested. And I was about to be like, oh god, no, why? So the flour is emptied. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. It seems like the autosave isn't working at the time it's supposed to be. It's like, it feels like it's autosaving on the day change, which it doesn't do that, because I've deliberately messed up a day and then backed out real fast. Oh god, no whys of, response that's valid for a lot of things. Alright, so with that said though, I'm going to go ahead and wrapping up stream. So thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning over here over on Twitch and TikTok. I did cut off YouTube earlier because I wasn't going to go ahead and just hop into YouTube what was supposed to be just an hour or two of Farm Sim, and then it became 3. It is what it is. But thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow is my day off, so I will not be here tomorrow. But I will be back on Friday, we'll be playing the new RimWorld DLC, Anomaly. I'm super excited to do that. It's going to be super hard for me to not play it tomorrow. For those who do have me like on Steam and everything, you're going to see me hop in it just to make sure it runs, but it's just literally going to be getting in, do the pawns drop on the map. Okay, good enough. And that's just that way if we run to crashes or anything else coming up, I don't have to worry about that happening on stream. In the meantime, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to exit out of the game before it keeps advancing and auto-saving the day. And just next time, Farm Sim, we'll just pick up where we left off and we'll just see what happens. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen. And for those over on TikTok, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because there's no such thing as rating over there. But thank you so much. Don't forget to follow, like, subscribe, do all those kind of things. For all of you over here on Twitch, what'll end up happening is we're going to go find someone to pass this raid on to the next one. So I really do appreciate that. I had someone in mind I was going to raid, but I'm wrapping up probably just a little bit too early for that. It's fine. We'll just see who we can find who makes good content and all that good stuff. And let's see who we have available right now to go say hello to. Because I'm also getting tired from being sick, which means I'm getting a second wind after stream and probably not be able to get sleep, but that's a me problem. Let's see who we can say hello to. Let me see if this person's about to wrap up. And if they're not, we're gonna go say hello. Okay, so I don't often get to rate this person, so I'm gonna go ahead and say hello to Sal Berry. For those who don't know, Sal Berry, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform, playing some Stardew Valley. Figured we'd go ahead and bring the community over there since we did have Simcopter drop in with all the people with Stardew Valley, so let's go find some more Stardew Valley. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in. I do hope to see you not tomorrow, but Friday at 7 p.m. EST or after. In the meantime, make sure you're drinking, stretching, and getting enough sleep, and taking care of yourselves. And good night.